And hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome to Foxhole Fridays. This is the Academic Foxhole, and you are welcome to be hanging out with us. Thank you. Thank you. Hello. Hello.
You are welcome.
This is welcome. This is the Gamblers, our Traveler Pirates of Drinax campaign. We are in season 5. Can you believe it? We just need to finish this season, then I think we get to go into syndication. So that's pretty awesome because who does not want to be on syndication on like the USA channel or some other strange local channel that I don't know if those still exist. Anyhow, this is our amazing sci-fi campaign, Traveler Pirates of Drinax. Theoretically, that's the campaign we're doing, but there might be other things sneaking and lurking around in here that I have not mentioned, but that's fine. Some of you might have guessed, some of you haven't. Don't even worry about it. And I'm happy. What? What?
What?
Huh? And I'm happy to introduce my amazing players. I want to say first, thank you for being here, all of you in chat. You being here is what makes the show run and work, and I want to say thank you for being here. If you would like to support us, it's much appreciated. The number one way you can do that is by watching. You watch us, and then it makes the channel greater, and then everything is good, and then one day I can be a real boy. Perhaps. It's unclear how that works. At least I think that's how that works.
Okay.
Anyhow, watch us. Watch us here. If you're watching us on YouTube, thank you so much. Leave a comment, subscription, like, subscribe, comment, all that business that you do on the YouTubes. You can also, if you like, tell your friends that we are live by re-skeeting the Bluesky skeet, or just knocking on their door and saying, "Hey, you're watching the Gamblers? Watch the Gamblers." Just like that. You could go door to door. You could ask people if they know if they've found a personal relationship with the Gamblers. Do what you want to do. Thank you for supporting us. You can also give us tips and bits. If you do, I will read out the tips and bits message over the break. And at the end, pardon me. And we also have a special Patreon tier, and that special tier is, well, we have Patreon. Go to our Patreon if you like. You can support us there. All the Patreon proceeds go to pay for the cast, and also for things like commissions, which I will get back to in a second. And we have a special Patreon tier, which is $200, which will pay for 4 cast members for 1 week for one show. And we only have 4 of those special sponsor tiers available. And they go to, that's like a big help for us on the show. So thank you, anyone who is a member of our sponsorship tier. And those who are, we have one right now, and that is Willen TW. Willen, who has been not only just, so amazing, our wonderful sponsor for so long, but also our note taker, without whom I don't know what would happen, really. I think I would just die, which would be awkward because it's on stream. So terrible business. Can't have that.
Great content, though. Terrible business, great content.
It's a matter of priorities, I guess.
Would you like to go viral?
Okay.
Virality.
We're on our way.
Yeah.
We love you, Willem,
Just
but
once.
this is something.
And then what else? Oh, then I should also say that if you are one of our sponsors, you will get a special radio ad in the break once a month or more if I feel like it. And then also a special shout out, which is happening right now, and a special spot in our credits. So thank you. And then let me see, what else? Yes, we also have a fourth wall. We have a fourth wall shop with some really cool merch. There will be new merch coming sometime soon, but I can't talk about it, but I will talk about it. What I'm going to say is that there's other new merch, which I'm not going to talk about because that's not nearly as exciting as the exciting new merch, which I had a business meeting with someone whose name rhymes with Frockette Locks. And
My old nemesis, Frockette Locks.
Oh, wait, that was your nemesis? Oh, no! I have commissioned Rocket Fox to go
Sounds
and make...
nothing like Void Smoker. Oh, Rocket Smoker. That makes sense.
Rocket Smoker.
But I have commissioned Rocket Fox to make the official Royal Drinaxian Palace version of the Drinaxian Divination cards with sort of amazing illustrations for all 12 of the cards and the sort of Coin of Fate card. And the deck is going to be called the Deck of Sun and Shadows. And it is going to be amazing. And once all of that is done, it will be available for you. But it is also the end of season gift for all of the players. Which once... Yeah. It's the end of season gift for you all because, I adore you all. So just note that is what's happening. That's what's coming.
Aw.
I don't know if it will happen before the end of the season, but we will see because the season
We
we only
sure
have
will.
2 more episodes
No
left.
pressure.
So there you go. Oh, yeah, that's right. Only 2 episodes left. There might be other things happening. Also, at the end, Lindy and I will tell you something else, but that's for the end. And
Yeah,
I
we
feel
can't
like
forget
that's
this week.
no, we cannot forget this week
We
'cause it's
cannot forget this
important.
week.
We
We got shit
cannot
to
forget
do.
this week.
Let's-
We do. We have a lot of important things to do, so we have to make sure that we say something, see something, say something. It's really important because we're gonna chat. We're gonna need you, and also members of this cast. We're also gonna need you for this thing that's coming up.
Oh,
So
yeah, we really should have done that last week when I actually had time and not like this weekend. So, oops, oh well.
yeah,
Oops.
yeah. So, but we'll just at least tell everybody now, and that's the thing. Yes. So anyhow,
Can't wait to be surprised.
yeah, it's gonna be really good.
Surprise commitment's my favorite.
I just want to help. I want you all to help me make Lindy cry. Is really what it comes down to.
And I want you to help me make Trooper cry. So, it's a cry
Okay.
off.
I want you to help me make Lindy cry more
How you
than you
both feel
help.
about onions?
Okay, Chad, are you ready for the civil war of crying? Because it's gonna pick a side.
Here it
I
comes.
mean,
Trauma live at Trooper.
Yes, yes. It's
yes.
it's gonna be. So no gamblers next Friday because of the holiday, which means I will probably be streaming some sort of solo RPG, so that you all
No,
are not
no, we have a
alone.
plan.
Do we?
And here's that plan.
Yes. It's the week before, so we were going to do
Oh.
the.
Oh, the
Uh-huh.
thing.
It's that
Right.
soon, Trooper. It's
No,
that
I thought it was the week
soon.
after. No, you were right.
No,
Wow.
I am not.
Wait.
Yeah, that's why I said
Wait,
we got
what?
shit to do.
Isn't this
I know.
Okay, hold on.
This week on Academic Foxhole, conversations drift aimlessly with innuendo and
Yeah,
subterfuge.
yeah, about something that we will learn later.
Worrisome
This
indeed.
week
Maybe.
on Academic Foxhole scheduling.
Scheduling.
Scheduling. It's a bitch.
I just thought we had more time. Anyhow, so
Yeah, you always
my
do.
friends, yeah. All of that said, I think it's time to
I love you.
introduce my amazing players, who are the best. If you each, I will have you go around and each say who you are playing, and also, if you would answer the following question. Does your character gamble? And if so, what are their favorite sorts of gambling? And how do they gamble? If not, why not? That's what I want to know. And let us begin with the person who I think, out of all the people, I think I do not know the answer most from this person. Laugh, Love, Lindy. Who are you? Who are you playing?
Oh.
And does
That's what I
your
was thinking.
character see, Cord, you and I. Oh.
Hi, it's me, Laugh Love Lindy, collaborator with Trooper on occasion, aka next week and the week after. And
Not the week
I
after,
will be
because the week
playing-
after is
well, the week
the
after plus
Gamblers.
1 day. So, which is technically the same week. So, anyways,
Someday we'll know what you're talking about.
we will,
I don't even
yeah,
know what
because
to
Trooper
talk
doesn't
about.
want to say anything up front, so I will play along.
Oh my god!
And I
Sorry, go
will
on.
be playing Quint Vesper, the ex-Solomani spy, Imperial Scout, Cirque performer. And do they gamble? Does she gamble? That is a great question that I thought I would have time to think about, because I hadn't really thought about it much, but thinking about it now while I buy time for a moment while I ramble on, I
That's
think
how I
that
answer questions.
yes, I'm taking a page out of Cord's book here. I think the answer is it depends. Because Quint's whole life has been like wearing of different masks to a certain extent, so I think it depends on what time of their life and who they're supposed to be being. I imagine that Imperial Scout, Quint did gambling whenever we were in port to try to get anything out of terrible Coast Scout, because he was the worst.
Chaz?
Chaz. Ugh.
Wow.
I didn't want to say his name because it's bad luck. So yeah, I think we tried to like screw over Chaz with with gambling at ports. Like, oh yeah, let's play this, and then just smoke him. Uh, but I don't think that while in the Cirque, Quint did any gambling. I'd like to imagine that Street Kid Quint and maybe Navy Kid Quint did a little bit. Just went over port as a Navy gunner, small ship fighter, and then as a kid just to try to survive at times. But I don't think Quint has done any gambling since joining this group, and I don't think he intends to, really, because right now the decision they made is a gamble. To be here is a gamble enough.
Well, 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 well. I like it. I like it. Um, let's go over to the next person who
I'll allow it.
thank you, who I'm less certain of, and I could see going either way, because I know that their culture doesn't tend to do gambling because they're all psionic, and it kind of ruins the fun. But I don't know what happens now, so, or maybe it's even worse. I don't know. Rocket, who are you? Who you're playing? And does your character gamble?
Yes, hello everyone. It's me, Rocket Fox, your second favorite person. And yeah, I am playing the Harlock, who is indeed psionic. And yeah, as far as gambling goes, I think it would be the sort of thing that, again, not really done in Zidani culture because everyone is constantly reading everyone's minds, so that's not really there are other things in place that would kind of satisfy that sort of scratch that itch, as it were. Um, but it would be more of like gambling in terms of roulette or things that like people don't have control over
Mm,
necessarily. Um,
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
because I think the culture is so controlled and so like intentionally, as well as just because of the nature of everyone's minds being connected, that there would be a real interest in things that you have no control over. So things like
Yeah.
that, I think, would be something that culturally is it smiled upon? Maybe not, but is something that people may do in their downtime. I think that whilst she has been in her travels for no apparent reason, um, there are likely some times when she would have uh, been gambling and probably on occasion would try to not be listening to see what everyone else is thinking or doing, just to see what it might be like. But I think that would be take a lot of effort because actively pushing people's minds out of her own takes a lot of effort. So I think
Mm.
mostly she just likes to drink is her deal.
I've heard that about I actually have also seen it. So,
What a woman.
uh, so I think the next person I want to hit up would, of course, be someone who doesn't drink. I don't think smokes. But do they gamble? Dearest Cord, who are you? Who you're playing? And does your character gamble?
Hi, everyone. I'm Cord, or Mythomatic. I'm playing Baron Severance. He's got a lot of titles, and he's a piece of shit. I think he is. He does gamble, but he doesn't like. He's not good at it. Um, on table, like in the gambling games, he's not very good at it. But
Mm-hmm.
I think he will gamble for the reading of other people. He uses that as
Mm,
practice to learn other people's motives.
mm-hmm.
And it's not necessarily the cards at the table that he is looking at or
Mm-hmm.
watching, it is how people bluff.
Mm-hmm.
He does gamble for practice and to learn, but not, like I said, not because of the game, but
Yeah.
because of how people, how like the tells that he learns their bluff, not how to bluff.
Yeah.
Um, he also does gamble in a diplomatic sense all the time, but like in his day to day, when it comes to lying to be what he is, to be lying to be something. He is
Yeah.
always taking risks, and he is always um, looking for. Um, he's always looking for a way to find the bluff, and yeah, like I said, I think he does. He plays to learn the bluff. He doesn't necessarily play and gamble for the win, though in conversationally, diplomatically, he gambles all the time. He's always offering a gamble or a or something without any resolution or any idea of a resolution, because I think he enjoys basking, like I do, basking in the chaos just for a moment and then figuring out later, diving into the chaos and then figuring out with his wit how to float back to the shore. But I think that is, I think that's, I guess that's my answer. Is at the table he learns, and outside the table he's gambling all the time in mid conversation.
I love that. I love that. I love
Thank
that.
you. That's why I
So
did. I did it. It's not necessarily what I meant. I just knew that you'd love it, so I did it. I was just
thank
tailoring the
you.
answer for you. Yeah, you're welcome.
That makes me feel like I'm seen and loved. And for somebody as old as I am, that's so important. And let me see.
They're there. They're there, Grandpa.
Let me go to one of my favorite people. Greg, I know your character has gambled, but I would like to ask you, who are you? Who do you play? And then I would like to know about how your character gambles. Let's know about this.
Absolutely, absolutely. I will say this too. When you brought up your own age, you can see if you roll the tape back, me say, the segue, because I fucking knew I was next.
Also, if you roll the tape back, you realize he said roll the tape back, which is not a thing anymore. So that also does it.
Kind of makes it seem like you're kind of old, Greg.
Yeah, Greg, nice.
My anachronistic comments also date me as well.
Exactly.
So hi everybody, I'm Greg, here to prove just how motherfucking old I am.
That's
I
right.
play Dr. Valentine Valmorrissey here on The Travelers, and I'm over on YouTube too as Warp Reactor if you enjoy reaction videos. But the question that has been posed to me is, not only does Val gamble, but what was it? How does he gamble? What is his gambling approach? Oh, good. See, when you give me a lot of time to think about the question, I can actually come up with something. So how does Val gamble? Right. Val gambles in many ways. Does he play cards? Yes. Does he play dice? Yes. Will he eat something that's been out for an hour too long? Sure. But his favorite gamble of all is life and death. But in that one, he's the dealer.
This is now like the X+1 number of times that Greg loves to give me presents by not actually answering the question directly, but in a sideways way to give me joy. And I just feel like one of these days I'm going to find a question where you can't do that. But the thing is, you will keep doing it. It'll be like, what's your character's favorite dessert? My favorite dessert is death. I'm just really excited for how we're going to do this next week. Well, the week after. That's all. Okay, so last but not least, the next person whose character I do know also gambles, but I'd like to know how and why. Please, Ari, who are you? Who are you playing? And then tell me about how and why your character gambles.
Hi, I'm Ari_Ventures, and I'm playing Tarika. They have, in 2 episodes ago at this point, they signed off an email with multiple titles, but they haven't told anyone about that email. That email only went, they didn't share the email with the crew, I don't think. So only Lord Rax and Liege Courtney and whoever else they sent it to has seen these titles, which are Liege of House Rebenhausen, Envoy for Drinax, and Pilot of the Flagship Gambler. So that is how they are currently identifying themselves. Kind of. They did it in an email once. Let's put it that way. I feel like it's important to note. So how they gamble. I think Tarika has actually gambled a lot in their life. Like I think back to the bolt races that they used to have with a very close friend on Drinax, where they would put the bolts on top of these pipes, and then whichever bolt rolled to the end of the pipe first would win. I think there was bets placed on that, right? So for the lunch that they had that day, or some sort of trinket or something. I think there were tiny little bets that were placed on that. I think there, we know about the gambling that Tarika and Val have done, which I think is primarily cards, Would you say
Mhm.
that, Val? Yeah, primarily cards. And I would say
And death.
and death. Cards and death.
Yeah.
I think there is a chunk of time though from like because the pipe races with those
Hal?
with that pal, yeah, those ended about at age 15, 16, when Terica went on the trip with Lady Hill. And then I don't think that they really gambled again until they met Val and Jem. And I think at that point, all of the gambling up until that point had been above the board legal. There hadn't been any cheating. I think at that point, that's when the cheating starts happening, because they figure out how to cheat, right? But there's also other stuff behind that. Uh,
Ari,
yes. Uh-huh.
wh-
What's up?
what do we cheat the most?
What do you mean? Like, what game do we cheat the most?
What
Or
do we
hand
cheat the
or
most?
death?
It's
Death.
death. It's death, everybody.
So far, successful. So far, I will just note.
Y'all are
Well,
making
there
me,
was
you're giving
that
me
one
lightheaded.
time you teleported into a clown's body,
And you
your
actually
original body
did
To be
died,
fair,
so
still cheating death. Still
cheating
alive.
it.
Still cheating it. Oh,
I guess
actually, I
that's
would
true.
say they probably did gamble a little bit after. So after they left Drinax and they were wandering around, I think they would go gamble a little bit, but they didn't gamble a whole lot. It would just be like one night every once in a while they would go out, they would gamble, and they would come back to the ship and they wouldn't talk to anybody, and that would be that.
Mm-hmm. All right, and I'm me, troopersjp. I'm the cat herder and emotional damage dealer for this crew. And we shall, when we left off our crew, the Tagonists had gone down to the surface of Drinax, and they, after meeting the being at the heart of the planet, they made their way out, and they were caught in one of these terrible storms that hits Drinax way too often. And they made their way to the Pillars of Night, which is an old, large city in Drinax where the Vespexers have their main home. And this place is the main home for the Vespexers. It's not where all of them live, only about like 3,000 out of 20,000, although others may come in and sit, because this place is behind, underneath this big, huge skeleton of these old arcologies, which means that whenever there's a storm, it's just like a lightning rod. So there's just lightning everywhere. It's very dangerous. It's one of those, and all of the metal means that you can't get sensors in and out or communications particularly well in and out, which means they're pretty safe from anybody coming after them, more or less. And our crew sort of converged in this place, healed up, rested. Dear friends, all of you who, some of them still have not slept, but you may recover all of your psionic points. You've been there long enough that your psionic points have refreshed. When they arrived, I'm just noting this down, they arrived on day 155 of the year 1105, and it has now been 2 days, so we are currently on day 157, in case anybody wants to know. 157. So they had readings, their fortunes told. We learned a little bit more about Severance. We learned that he did something very heroic that he still has not really told anybody about, making him the savior of the Poisoned Gate. We learned that he had a squire before he left, a Malcolm Embrace, who was probably 13 or so at the time. And what that really meant was that Malcolm was the gunner on the walker that Severance would walk about in, most
Walker
likely doing
Hexus Ranger.
salvage. The Hexus
you.
Ranger, yes,
Thank you.
the Hexus
Thank
Ranger.
you. Thank you, ma'am.
Of course, Severance used to be the squire to someone else, but that mentor died. And when that mentor died, Severance was taken in by Chieftain Galx and Chieftain Galx's two daughters, Teresius, who's sort of gender fluid, and also Medea. And we also learned that some people are a little bit bitter that somebody left 12 years ago and has not come back, left to go get a good education and maybe come back and then they just didn't come back. Some people are bitter, but it's fine. And when we left, our crew were about, the storm was subsiding, wasn't 100% done, but enough to start the process of moving back out towards the Camelin Viper to make their way back up to the floating palace. Before we move too far ahead, I'd like to pull the curtain back, put the spotlights on our crew, and ask, does anyone have anything else they want to do before they leave the Vespexers' capital, the underground bunker where they all live?
Terrica would probably thank them for taking care of Al, and see if they need anything. Like, I know they have the chieftain up there to speak for their needs on Drinax, right? But like, if
Yeah,
there's
they do.
anything Terrica could specifically provide to
Oh, they
help
would
them.
certainly give you a huge list. The problem is that you don't have any of those things.
Yeah.
They would love, for example, lots more top-of-the-line radiation suits and hazard suits and radiation medication. Like, there's a lot of things they would really like, that being that you do not have manufacturing facilities and nobody comes here, you don't have. And when they give you this list of things that would be really great for them, how do you respond, right? It would be Medea who gives this list, right? Well, we could use a lot of anti-rad sickness medication. All of our hazard suits are old and cobbled together. We're keeping them together as best we can, but we could certainly use more. We're having a bit of more Vespexers are being born. We're a bit of a baby boom. Don't quite know why, but we are. And for more children, we need more suits, and good suits. And the ones we have, we're still trying to keep together as best we can. Fuel would be helpful. Power sources, tools, well, as much as you can give us would be helpful. And more food, of course. We can't hear you.
Of course you can't, because I muted myself so that I could type. Terrica would be like taking this down on their wrist computer the entire time. And when they get done, they'll look up and simply say, "You must know by now that Drinax doesn't have these."
Yes, but you asked.
I did. I'll see what I can do. Thank you again.
Weapons as well would be useful. We have some, but we trade whatever we can. It's just that we always hear that you don't have the supplies up top. And I believe that to be true, but... And of course, my mother has been advocating for us. I thought that Baron Severance would also be advocating for us, considering how successful he's been now. But again, I imagine you don't yet have these things.
I'm sorry, what am I advocating for? I couldn't help but hear my name. As I'd probably turn around.
Terrica
Whatever the
will
hell I was doing.
Terrica will send him the list when he does that.
What is this? What is this?
The things that we need. And Baron Severance, I imagine you know quite well how we are doing down here and how much we need.
Mm-hmm.
And
we'll do everything we can.
I'm sorry. Medea, it's who I'm talking to.
yes, yes.
I'm sorry,
Of
but
course, it's of course who you're talking to.
Yeah, I figured. I'm sorry. There's a list of things that I should do for all of us, for all of you here, on the surface. Yes,
Us.
and that is what you're looking for. Yes, us. Yes.
Yes.
But that has changed since I have left the surface, and I wouldn't call myself us anymore. You see, it seems like there is a lot of pressure for the person who has left to then come back, specifically on your timeline, for me to then save humanity, save Drinaxian Vespexers on the surface here, when I did what I could. Yes, what?
I asked them for the list.
All right, well, let me see. What is this all about?
And you could, and Teresius has put his hand on Medea's shoulder because Medea is now getting mad, right? Like you could see Medea's like just like getting steamed, and Trazus, he's like,
I think kind of likewise, the Harlock would kind of put a hand, not necessarily intimately on, but like kind of just in front of being on Severance's arms, and speaking to Teresias would say, "We'll do what we can."
Yes, I'm sure he will, because this is being said to Medea. He is always one of us, and Medea, you can just tell Medea is just like really mad.
You see the
right
steam
now.
just coming out.
Yes. Probably also hurt, but this is being channeled through just being angry at the moment. Trazus is like, Severance, it's all right. I know that you will be back.
But what if I'm not?
He smiles at you. Those who travel out always return. Isn't that right, Medea?
What if I'm not?
Then I'm sure we'll find a way to send, and this turns to look at Severance, we'll find a way to send everything down.
We will.
I worry, though, if I don't make it back for whatever reason, of course, Oleb help us, if there is a reason, if I would then be shunned from society and I wouldn't be cast amongst the Vespexers because I wasn't able to make it back. Because that's what it seems like.
And Medea's like, you're the one who said you want one of us. And Teresa is like, shh. That's not what he meant. You are one of us always. The people in the palace don't understand what it's like to live down here. And once you live down here, you are always of the surface.
Medea, would you like to go to the palace?
No, I would not like to go to the palace. This is my home.
Well, some of us may be born here and raised here, but are still looking for theirs.
Baron Severance, savior of the Poison Gate. Yours is here with us.
Well, just because you're telling me it is doesn't make it actually where my heart stays.
Are you saying your heart is not with us?
I'm not sure what it is. I know that my heart belongs with Drinax, not necessarily on the surface, not necessarily in the Golden Palace, not necessarily within the Gambler itself, but my heart is with Drinax. Just because I'm here on the surface or out in the stars doesn't make me any less of being a part of you. It just seems like ever since I've stepped foot on the dust of this planet, you have been giving me an attitude for just not being here.
You haven't been here.
So what? I haven't been here for my own good. Otherwise, I would have lost myself with just driving myself mad with boredom here. There is so much just beyond the atmosphere that we can't just leave. But according to us and all of ourselves, we have the ability to. And of course, with our fantastic pilot, Erica, we are able to fly the storms and leave atmosphere. It's available to us. I came from nothing and was able to move into the Golden Palace. If you don't want to go, that's fine, but I like to travel. I like to see what is beyond just the smoke and the green of the storms above. I love Drinax like anyone else, but don't blame me for leaving. You know it's hell here.
But this place is not nothing. This place is everything.
Of course, it is nothing now, but it is but a seed. A seed is nothing but a pebble until you give it the water it needs to then thrive into the plant it can be. Right now, we are a rock, we're a pebble, we're a seed, waiting to bloom. And right now, I can't just live on a seed. I need to find the water to help make and nourish this seed to bloom.
Is that what you're doing up there?
Yes.
It is.
My heart is with Drinax, but I can't live on Drinax. And if If leaving the storms of Drinax itself and heading to the palace and heading out into the gates and then coming back is my view and in my way of watering and nurturing the seed that is Drinax so we could all sustain life once again here inside this Drinaxian empire, then yes, that is so be it. But I cannot be blamed for leaving when I have done everything in my power and not my power to go beyond what we all else have. You just said yourself you don't want to go to the floating palace, but I do. That is something I wish to do, and I have. And you shouldn't blame me or be mad at me for doing what it is I love. If you want to be here, fine, so be it. And you are wonderful at staying here and taking care of everyone here, and you are wonderful at keeping everything in order, and I'm very happy with that. But please don't keep putting this negativity towards me for going out and chasing my dreams.
I thought your dreams rested with us.
Sounds a
Didn't
lot
just
like
leave.
your dreams.
Maybe they were. But clearly I was a fool to have them. You didn't just leave capital. You also left me. And Teresias. And our mother. And all of us.
Just because you don't see me doesn't mean I'm not here.
The storms are not as bright without you. Severance.
It's very sweet, but I'm not about to turn away my offers from King Olaf himself to stay here. You understand?
Yes, I understand.
Call me what you will, think of me what you like, but Drinaxian is rising from the ashes it was made into. Whether or not I'm a part of it or otherwise, it is happening.
How is it happening?
With you. With all of you here. You're all part of it. You said you're having a baby boom. You're growing. You are part of why this works.
Medea does not know what you're talking about, right? Medea's like, this makes no sense.
Unfortunately, Terriga's not great at being clear about things.
As a distinguished tradesman, and as I have from my work in college and my scholarships that don't actually exist, I was able to. I am one of the many who are able to set trade routes between. Do you know of a planet system known as Number One?
No, I don't know anything off of this planet at all.
And
Very
many
well.
other planets do not know anything of you. Everyone thinks Drinax is dead. Severan's here, and everyone else in the Gambler is starting to prove them wrong. Making Drinax known again. I am Soleimani, but now I know things.
Do you know what Soleimani is? Medea?
Yes, stories of old. The old.
Well, they
Earth.
exist.
For Soleimani and many other places in the country, Drinax is a story of old.
But the fact that your entire community here is growing, that's another way that we show that we're still alive.
It certainly can't be said the same for the palace.
And with more trade comes more growth for both the palace and down here.
More of money, more food, more farming. We have various contacts off of a seam as well that are already supplying for the golden, the floating palace. And we are already starting to get things set up for enough trade and money for it to be shipped down here through the storms. Erica can teach other pilots to do the same.
Severance, may I speak with you in private for one moment?
Yes, I assume that is that all right, everyone? I sort of look at Quint.
Yeah. Quint's like, yeah, why are you looking at me? but doesn't say anything. Just like,
Terriga's already walked away.
All right, and then I would assume we go into a different room. I don't know if
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Maybe they do. Because I don't know the characters
Yes.
as well. I don't know if the characters all, I'm like the crew would just go, all right, and then leave, or would I?
Well,
This is
since
up to
they were all
everybody else,
leaving,
right?
Trace
Yeah,
is like,
they,
well, okay, I guess we're leaving
okay,
because
okay.
you all could have
Yeah,
gone
yeah.
to a different room, but everybody left. So
Yeah, maybe I was like about to like, let's go
Yes.
this way, and I turn around, everybody's
Yes.
already left. Okay, cool. All right, I love it. Just super loyal crew. They're like, okay, they just leave.
Severance,
Yes.
I have known you all of my life.
Except for when I wasn't here. So a stint of your life until when I wasn't here.
Why are you doing this?
Why am I doing what exactly? Why am I leaving the surface of Drinax? Why
No.
am I answering a call to King Olib to then become one of the arbiters of change of Drinax itself? A diplomat, for a lack of a better term, a privateer for trade. What is other than what? Staying here?
Why are you intentionally trying to hurt my feelings?
I'm not
Push me
intentionally,
away.
Medea. I'm not intentionally trying to hurt your feelings. I am simply telling you where mine are. And if that hurts your feelings, I apologize, but my apologies can only go as far as my boundaries, and my boundaries right now are with Drinax. My loyalty is with Drinax and the people as a whole, not one person in particular. It seems rather selfish in my point of view, I could be wrong, but from my perspective, you wish me to stay here for your benefit, which is your happiness, when I wish to go out and save. Not necessarily, I shouldn't say save. Save is a strong word. Save you and everyone else here by by utilizing my genius to then create private contracts from system to system, and also creating diplomatic relations with various people to then help grow this seed of Drinax. And I know that this analogy may be falling on deaf ears, but it is something that is resonating with me a lot lately. And Medea, I won't always be away from Drinax. Because I also have a piece of Drinax with me. And I don't mean my spectacles. I don't think that these are actually from Drinax, but I have a large part of the planet itself, a glacial core, it seems, a crystalline mineral of Viridian, stowed on the ship.
All right. As a keepsake, I imagine.
As a keepsake, but a gift. And I don't expect you to understand. But Drinax will be with us. Drinax will be with me. And I have seen a lot of things happen with this Viridian as of late. And I'm wondering if there is a way that I could keep in contact here with it. I am uncertain yet. But if there is a way I could have a psionic direct line to the Vespexers itself, then it would be like I have never left.
What are you talking about? Talking about Teresius' mysticism sort of thing?
Yes, if that helps,
I have
yes.
no time for mysticism.
Very well. I have no time for your feelings. I'm a very busy man, and I do not wish to hurt your feelings. I do not wish to hurt anyone's. But I am in a place where I have to choose the people versus a person. And right now, it seems like there is one person who is begging for me to choose them, while there is a swath of people crying out for their help, for my help. And I don't find myself skilled in I don't see myself skilled in a lot of things here on the surface of Drinax. I could
Severance.
survive a night. I could survive several. But my skills involve my mind, my words, my trade, my deals, and my leadership. I can't do that here.
Severance. Mother would not tell us what you're doing up there, saying it's some sort of secret. You don't know what you're doing. Just know that you're gone. I just know that you're gone. And you are one of the smartest of us. You used your mind to help us so many ways. If it hadn't been for you, we would have perished when we
Oh,
breached the
yes.
poison gate.
Yes, the Voles would have all had us for dinner. But that's really a simple diversion. Anyone could have thought of it. The only real reason is you've made it this far. We have all made it this far. Drinaxians have made it this far. Humanity has made it this far. I wouldn't blame it on one simple person. I wouldn't put that on one simple person. That is too much pressure for one, and dangerous. The fall of Saul and how that is all. You remember the ancient texts of Saul and how their views of mysticism was all based off of either one or several people.
Yes.
That's too much pressure. Just believe in humanity itself. Believe in Drinax itself. Don't put.
I've always believed in you, Severance.
Thank you. I haven't. And
But you
now I'm
should.
beginning to.
Oh, Severance, you should believe in yourself. I wouldn't be this mad at you if you weren't special.
I do believe in myself in this present moment. Medea, I think you believe in me 5, 10 years ago. You believe in that, Severance.
Oh, that's the only one I've known since you've been. Sorry,
Since I've
I
been
shouldn't say
gone.
that again.
Yes, right. Well,
I want to know this, Severance. I want you. Is what you're doing going to help us?
I have no way of knowing unless I try. And I would not live with myself if I had to stay here. And I use those words carefully. Had to stay here. Because that's what I'm feeling. I'm feeling forced to stay. I'm not going to. I have a duty to Drinax. I have a duty for the Empire. The entire Imperium of Drinax, the kingdom, has been crushed. And if it wasn't for King Oleb, we would all be nothing. Where would you get your food? Where would you get the materials? Where would you get your metal and your iron to make these walkers? Where would you get the mechanics, the circuitry for the walkers?
We would scavenge something.
Of course you would, but it wouldn't be where we are.
You're right. Will you promise to return to us someday?
Of course. I can't tell you when.
No. Always been so focused and visionary. Always been a good mentor. Been a fine Vespexer.
I have
I
not
would
been a
hate
good
to-
mentor.
You say so. Other people, Malcolm thinks differently.
I haven't trained Malcolm a single bit. He's just been following me around and holding my bags and holding my things. I've never trained a single thing. I've never given that boy a lesson. And he wishes to become a
Well,
knight.
He feels as if he's learned a lot from just seeing you survive.
Living day to day, evening, storm to storm on Drinax is no great feat compared to what it's like out in the stars. If I was to knight Malcolm and then he was to become a knight, what does that mean? He's able to save the people here on the surface?
Well,
He is able to
yes.
then make sure that people have food and shelter for the evening?
Yes.
That's wonderful, but my vision, what I have seen is much larger than what we see around us. There is the heavens above these clouds, and with the gambler and with our dream, we are able to sail through them and see what possibility could bring to Drinax.
Well, that case,
I am
I
no
think
knight.
you have.
I was awarded the title for simple, just a simple brain exercise.
Well, it wasn't simple for everyone else. It mattered quite a lot.
I understand that, but I wouldn't be able to be the one to stay here and guard everybody from storms and the day-to-day and these voles, and I wouldn't be able to fight anything off. My job for Drinax is best suited above.
You should consider taking Malcolm with you then. I don't know if he'll go, but he might.
I already have a bodyguard, but 2 is a great idea.
As your squire, there's another Vespexer out there. I don't
That's what I
like the idea of you out there without another one of us by your side.
I'll speak to Malcolm.
All right. When we go out there, I'm going to give you a hard time.
When we go out there, you're going to give me a hard time.
I am. I have a reputation to protect.
But if we're playing games, then so do I.
All right, that's fair. I miss you. I wish you all the luck up there with all of those fancy people doing something. I hope you succeed so you can come back here.
I hope you still understand.
Well, I don't know what it's like out in the stars. Don't really know what it's like anywhere but the surface. Maybe it'll bring something back to help me understand. I've always been the smart one amongst us. I'm going to ask for a hug.
You may hug me.
All right. Let's not make a habit out of this. And she
I was
comes in
thinking
and
the
she gives
same.
you this big, fierce hug.
I don't respond. I don't reciprocate it. My arms are still out.
She backs off. She punches you in the shoulder. That's what you get. I've always been a little shit. All right.
Well, should go find Malcolm.
Tiresias, tell them they can come back. I'm not speaking to you at all. You should leave whenever you get your business done. Baron Severance.
Tiresias, where
Tiresias-
is Malcolm? Do you know where this one is?
Oh, yes, I could get him right away. He's working on your walker, keeping it
Oh, good.
maintained.
No, I'll go find myself. Thank you. And as he begins to walk out and go wherever that may be.
Tiresias looks at the rest of the crew. Thank you for joining us. And he's looking like, I don't know what happened between those two, but try to make it look fine. Is there anything that I can, anything that you might need from us?
You have
The
been
doctor?
so hospitable so far. Thank you.
I do try. The Harlock, it's a pleasure to see you again.
The Harlock would approach and kind of clasp both of Tracy's hands. And this might be a time when everyone else there sees her a lot softer than usual, but kind of leans in. And I feel like they would kind of like just rest heads against each other. Tiresias, it's always a pleasure.
The Harlock, I hope that I might see you again sometime soon.
Of course. And then would back kind of with everyone else.
The Doctor, you have done such a great service to us here. And please do not mind my sister. My sister sometimes can be a little bit ornery.
I've seen way worse. The pleasure is all mine. Make sure everybody keeps up with the vitamin regimen that I gave them, and I'll see about getting more of the prenatal stuff that you'll need down here.
And Medea says, thank you, the Doctor. It is much appreciated. Having someone... And then Medea was about to go and talk smack about Severance, but Severance is not here to hear it, so just stops. Just like, shuts the mouth. Thank you. And it is a pleasure to have one of the nobles of the Floating Palace down here with us here in the capital. Well, let's bring you all out.
Terica will do the like departure bow, like the appropriate departure bow.
And Tiresias does the bow return with very good form. Medea, less good form. But the style is not quite like it would be in the palace. It looks a bit more, it's like a different dialect of it's a different dialect. It doesn't, the moves are this, you can see the same core moves of the dance to say goodbye, but there's like a different styling to it. It looks less, it's the difference between, if you've ever seen someone, Lindy is going to know what I'm talking about. If you ever see somebody who's learned how to ballroom dance at a very high competition level, they are very precise. The gestures are bigger and slightly more exaggerated. But you ever see somebody do that dance
ballroom.
compared to social ballroom? If you see somebody who just learned how to two-step in a country bar, or learned how to do those dances just around, they're just way less stylized. You can tell it's still a waltz, right? But it's a much more relaxed and less hyper stylized version of what you did.
Terica's not judging.
But just a note,
Just a
as you would say.
Yeah.
Well done, like very well done, very, very graceful. But again, it's just a different dialect of
Yeah.
dance.
Val watches the dance, and above his head it says, Val will remember this, and then he walks.
And you group are sort of moved out the tunnels, heading towards the exit, which is where Severance will find Malcolm, because it's near the exit. There's a bay where all the walkers, the ones they have, sit. And you are not there just yet, but in this bay, there is Malcolm. A good, like, 23, maybe 24, probably 24, 25, sitting there, like, maintaining the Hexus Ranger when Severance arrives. Oh,
Malcolm.
Baron Severance. Hello, sir.
Yes. Hello. How are you?
Good. I've fixed up the Hexus Ranger from a brief time out. You know the corrosion. It's always so bad on the metal.
Yes. Yes, I do. Question for you.
Yes.
How do you feel
Yes,
about
sir.
the surface of Drinax and being a Vespexer?
I love it.
I knew
It's
you'd say that.
uh,
I meant,
because we have freedom.
right. In this freedom, could you elaborate?
Well, we go where we want. We do what we want. And no one tells us what to do. We have the rulers of our own destiny, and we have everything we could need, more or less. I mean, there are many things we don't have, and people get sick and die. But even though we don't have much, no one tells us what to do, and that's what makes us better than those in the palace.
Doesn't worry you, the lack of regulation?
Why do we need that? We don't need anything. We just need pride in being Vespexers. We're the hardiest. We're the toughest. We survive anything. No one can defeat us. No one is as strong as we are.
Hmm. How do you feel
And
about...
by the way, that everything that Malcolm is telling you is the things that Vespexers tell themselves
right,
in order
propaganda.
to survive
Yeah.
this really terrible situation they're in. Like
Right.
it's the thing that Vespexers say all the time. Ever since you're a little kid, it's like part of the
Land of
the
the
mantra.
free. Yeah, right,
Yeah. Like we're so free.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, land of the free, freedom, and all that.
Yeah, freedom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All that, propaganda. Right. So, so, yes, I figured that was what you were going to say. Do you have any? What is your? Do you wish to, if you were to be knighted? And I know that you've been waiting and declining all of your ceremonies until I was to come back to then knight you,
Yes,
which
sir.
is a lot of pressure, Malcolm. Thank you. But that being said, if you were to be knighted, what then for you?
Well, then I imagine that I would become an official walker pilot and start leading uh, groups in scavenging from here to all the different ruins and to the landing site. It would be my job, really, to help scavenge, and I would be able to pilot a walker my own self. I mean, I pilot yours in your absence, but it would be official.
Thank you. And it's been doing it. You've done great. I did not expect it to be in as good a shape as it is. Thank
Worked
you
hard.
for that.
After all,
I have a small proposition for you.
oh,
It
yes, sir.
sounds to me that you are excited for scavenging and salvaging for
Well,
the people of Drinax.
yes, but there's so few walkers. Not everyone can be a walker pilot. And
Hmm.
a great walker pilot, and I'm very excited to follow your footsteps.
It's really wonderful. You mentioned that lovely allusion and way of speaking in this context, because we're talking about you being a walker pilot and following my footsteps. But what my proposition for you is quite grand. It also involves a potential ceremony in your future, if that
Oh,
is something that you so still wish.
yes,
But
sir.
I'm not sure if you have heard of where my business has been the last several years.
Up in the sky.
Well, yes, it's been going and educating myself, but in the last several months, it has been under the tutelage and the employ of the King Olub himself.
Oh. Hail the king, I guess.
Right,
Are
I've
they going
noticed
to bring
I noticed a slight inflection in your voice when I mentioned the king, and you went, "Oh, what is it? What is that about? What is it? Do we not like the king anymore?
Are you going to become the next king? Is that what that means? That you're doing tutelage under him? Are
If
you?
I was, what would you say? Is that a good thing? Would you be
Well,
about it?
if
Would
you
I
were
have
the
your
king,
vote?
you wouldn't be coming back, would you? Uh, can the king
No.
live down here?
As a king, you can do whatever you want.
Oh,
That's how it is apparently now. As you could do whatever you like. But
well,
you
if you became the king, that would be excellent.
right. It's good
Because
to
then
be
we'd
the
have a
king, but
Vespexer king. That would be good.
that would also be great. That's not what I'm really talking about.
Oh,
I'm really talking about trying to get this kingdom back on track in the favor of King Oleb,
oh,
who is an actual person. I know that a lot of the Vespexers believe that he is not real, and
well, we've
the
never seen.
floating palace is in fact not a real thing. It is in fact just a rock, but it is real, and King Oleb does exist. I've met him.
Have you really? And
Do you believe me?
is he 12 feet tall? I've heard he's 12 feet
He's
tall.
not. He's not 12 feet. He's 12 feet tall if you're like sitting.
Oh,
It's because of the way that the throne room is.
oh, I see. I see.
He sits 12 feet above you,
I, I see.
probably about. So he's not 12 feet
Oh,
tall. It's just a hole. But he does exist. He's a person like everyone
good.
else, and he trusts me.
That's good.
And he has also awarded me with the duty to be able to take on and deputize others into my crew
Oh, in the sky?
in the sky, beyond the sky, really, in space, in the void itself.
Oh, uh, is it like being here on the surface?
Not at all. It is when you're inside our ship, and then it's not. But it's fun when you are interested in that sort of thing. You get to see a lot of. I mean, it's been really great. We've seen a planet called Number One. It's mostly an ocean planet except for an island,
Oh,
and then
ocean
it's
planet.
beautiful. And then
Water?
water. Yes,
It,
just the whole planet is made of water.
the
Yes,
whole planet
it's
is made of water? What's that even like?
wet. Really, I would have. I just it's there is also these underwater bubbles. That would
Oh,
become the various different communities and things like that.
oh,
And it's really it's magnificent. And I know whatever you have in your mind right now, it's
yes.
that, but much, much more. And that's just a small fraction of the possibility that can be seen out there beyond the sky and beyond the clouds of Drinax. And I am telling you all this because I would like you a part of my crew, Malcolm. I would like Sir Malcolm. What's his last name?
Brace.
Not Tent, because I thought it was Malcolm Tent this whole time. Malcolm Brace.
Brace.
Sir Malcolm Brace, if you would like.
I, well, I would always follow you, Baron Severance. Always.
The title isn't the only thing that I would be awarding you. I feel like that is a favor that I um, uh, have been overdue on, but also I'd like to give you the Hexus Ranger as well.
Eh, Your Walker, the Hexus Ranger? I,
We'll figure out a way to bring it up to the Gambler. Could probably put some mag locks on the feet, and we'd be able to still do the salvaging that you wish to do with as your new title.
I
But
would.
these people that you would be leading or following from one place to another to help salvage would be, of course, us,
Well, it would be my honor. My honor, sir.
and also my protection. So you would be, of course, with the ceremony that I owe you, Sir Brace, but also hand to the Baron,
Yes, yes,
the
sir.
Admiral, the
Uh,
Corsair, the hand to the Corsair Admiral Baron Severance. I've got a lot of
oh,
titles these
Admiral.
days. Hmm.
I'll have to just tell my friends, and then I'll get my pack, and then I'll be right with you.
All the time you need, except we're leaving soon. So take as much time as I can give you, and that is, how long do you think you'll be?
Uh, uh, 15 minutes.
Right, well, I'll see you here in 35. How about that? Take your time.
And that's when the rest of the crew are sort of led in to the bay. As you walk in, you can see Malcolm Brace, who's young, but also clearly has had the ravages of radiation, sort of rush off past you back into the depth of the city. As you are sort of there, and Media says, well, these are the walkers. We will take you out so that you can back to your ship so you can leave.
Everyone say hello to Malcolm, who may be joining us on our trip up to the Gambler. Also, do we have any
Malcolm.
way of transporting this
Bows.
walker?
No.
What
What do you mean,
walk
no?
it?
We can strap it on the top or anything, or maglock it to the bottom?
No.
And not fly through that atmosphere.
We'll figure
Could we
something
bring the
out.
gambler down?
Yes, that's what more I was. It's possible, right? It's still. It's not. We don't have the. We have the technology to bring it in, right? Yes.
No.
Just take up space.
What do
in
you
your
mean,
cargo
no?
hold.
It's not going to fit.
Well, not in a cabin Viper, yeah, sure. Well, but I mean, especially with that attitude, Quint, of course it's not going to.
Severance, yes. Could we fit it into the Gambler? Absolutely.
Perfect.
But
Do we
how
have any
much cargo
space?
space are we going to lose as a result of fitting a walker that
We
we
barely have
cannot
cargo
use
space.
anywhere?
Yes.
Can't it
Severance.
squat down like a bullfrog?
You
It
are not
collapses.
helping
It
right now.
collapses. Thank you,
I like
Val.
the
It will
idea.
collapse and
I
take up
know
all
you
of
like
the
the
space.
idea. That
We have
doesn't
to get rid of the grebes, the very fancy cargo
Fuck the
boxes.
greens. What are they
we're
doing?
not.
We
That
can
is.
put the grebes inside of the walker.
We
Oh,
could do
okay,
that.
wait,
We're
whoa,
not
whoa.
doing that, the Harlock.
Medea,
There
excuse
is-
me,
We could bring the
Greaves.
grebes down here.
Yeah, they could have the grebes. They could eat
Grebes.
the grebes.
But that means cargo space that we will not have for transporting cargo, including the things that we are going to pick up along the way.
They're not cargo haulers.
If we get rid of the
but we
grebes,
are
where
going
will
to
we
be
put the bodies?
privateers, which means cargo space is needed.
And then we have a salvager.
That's also a very good point about the bodies.
Thank you.
Harlock. Yes.
What?
Medea
That
says,
is what I did with the
"Excuse me,
last few.
Bodies? What bodies? What bodies?
Excuse me,
Exactly.
what?
Exactly.
We
Lots
have
of
grebes
bodies.
that are
That's
standing in
what
a little
space is for.
That's not that.
If there are grebes that you have spare, we could use them down
Who's
here.
the grebe talker? Who's talking?
This is Medea.
Okay, perfect. Yes,
If you-
Medea.
You could use them here.
You want grebes?
of
We got
course.
grebes. One of them is high as fuck, but the other one's fine.
Oh,
It's
Grebes are
not
quite
high
hardy.
anymore.
Well, it's
Probably high. It's still got a
The-
I wouldn't.
the
I
high is
wouldn't eat
probably
its meat,
worn off by now.
but it's probably got some residual. It's got you. There's a consumption
Also,
high that you can probably
I would.
get.
Certainly.
I am
would
well
ask-
aware. Thank you.
I would ask you not take any of the walkers. We have so few, and we need them to
I'll
survive.
trade you 5 grebes for this walker. It's my
No.
also. It's my walker.
We severance. What if we give them the grebes,
Right?
but we leave the walker here for them to use? We can't use it in space, and we're not going to be able to use it on a planet.
We strap maglocks on that bad boy. We can stick it on the back of a ship, and then we could just salvage from the walker.
I'm thinking orbital drop.
And we also have another
You're
orbital
not
drop.
helping.
We could hold hands.
don't-
You could.
I
Your
don't
suit,
think that thing can
my
hold up
walker.
to orbit's atmosphere entry.
I don't know.
Do you want to be in it when I test it?
No, but I do
That's
know
what I
someone
thought.
who would gladly do it.
Wesley.
No,
Yeah,
Wesley
yeah,
is
well,
not
Wesley-
going to.
Wesley
Absolutely
would.
not.
Wesley
No,
would. You're correct. I don't think
absolutely
Wesley's
not.
trained at all.
No, there is no way Wesley is going to be in that walker while you drop it from orbit.
Okay, so here's the thing. I've already promised Malcolm that I was going to knight him because I owed it to him, and I promised him the walker.
Okay, well, it sounds like you
That's
can
a
deliver
clear-
on one of those promises.
Ask
Severance, I have a workaround.
You have a walk around. Yes.
Why don't you tell Malcolm that part of his becoming a knight and becoming your assistant
To take it apart and bring it up piece by piece.
to build his own?
Ooh.
Well, even if you want to
Actually like that idea.
gift,
Give Wesley something to help with too.
even if you want
Shitballs, that's a great
to
idea, Val.
gift him your walker, I'm sure if you were to let him know that they need it here, he would likely be okay with storing it on the planet's surface for the time being.
It would be very chivalrous if we're going for night stuff.
Certainly
Let's-
would.
Thank you for keeping it thematic, Quint. Yes, I think this is a wonderful This is a magical idea for us. I think that's a great idea. Wonderful idea. I think I'll use it. Where is? Okay, so we've got about 20 minutes before he comes
up.
back. Never mind.
rushes
We
back.
spent 35 minutes talking.
And he's got like a small. He doesn't have a lot, right? Because again, they've got a lot of space, but not a lot of things. And he's got like a pack, and he's got like a rifle, and he's got like a knife, and he's got his whole thing. He's like, "Sir, I'm ready."
How safe are you with that thing? Indicates the rifle.
Very well. And he stops, and he looks to Severance, and he's like, "I'm dangerous."
You better not. And Harlock walks right up. You better not be dangerous when we're on a ship and you can blow a hole through the side, killing us all of us.
Right.
That's the thing too. Slug throwers like this is not usually used in within ship because of that reason. Usually we have energy weapons for that actual reason.
Planet side, it's fine.
The Harlock will lean.
Yeah, wonderful.
The Harlock will lean really, really close to him. You'll get sucked through a hole the size of a grape.
And he just hands his weapon over to Medea, the rifle. Medea takes it, and she's like, "Good, we don't need to lose more rifles. We have so few things as we have already."
Speaking of which, I was also thinking, Mal, we were talking about the Hexus Ranger, and I would love to bring it, but there has been a thought and a wonderful idea that I had that maybe we donate it to the Vespexers. They can use it and train another walker, right? And you could take your knowledge and your expertise and build your own on the cargo bay within the Gambler. The Gambler is our ship, by the way. It's a beautiful ship gifted to us from the Floating Palace. It's a Harrier class. Do you know what that is?
No.
Of course you wouldn't. But it's a beautiful, ancient, gilded ship that is heavier than shit, but it is still very wonderful to fly, right, Tarika?
It's an amazing ship.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
and it has enough room for you to build your, and I'm just eye-locking Quint, to build your walker within the cargo bay.
All right, then. Well, Dia, would you pilot the walker out since I won't be coming back? Dia's like,
don't say that to Medea. She's very sensitive about those words. We will be back.
Well, all right, I will pilot. And she climbs up into the Hexus Ranger. And she's like, 2 more. And they get in the pilots for the walkers sort of start getting themselves prepared so they can take you all out.
I refuse to ride in any walker that is not piloted by Large Marge. That is my
Large Marge is ready. And Large Marge is like, all right, everybody, who's in my walker?
Why does it smell like lasagna in here all the time?
That's my perfume. And she climbs up in.
It smells like basil and lies.
Hey.
3 walkers, who's in which?
Is it me and Pee-wee again?
Well,
I mean, Tarika is apparently in Large Marges.
so I think
Is
it's
it the same thing as
they were
last
for
time?
valid.
Harlock and Severance and
Probably.
except that
yeah.
now
Except-
you're going to have Malcolm in the same walker as you.
I love that Quint has been consistently handed the
Hey,
runs
Here you
of
go.
the litter. Like, okay, now you've got Wesley. Now you've got Malcolm.
Quint is the slowest person in musical chairs.
Which is usually the first person that gets eaten by a lion.
It's
from
true.
what I hear.
And
Also accurate.
your group walk out, right? The big, huge gates open, and these walkers.
ChatGPT what the size is for a walker on Traveler.
Depends on the walker. Sort of like gets
I think they're
rise up.
huge.
It depends on the walker. Some are smaller. This one has got like
okay.
1D ton of cargo space, which is not a lot, but I'll get you a design for it. And then you are
hell
moving
yeah.
out.
Oh no, we're 200 tons. Never mind.
Oh yeah, you are. They're not
Well, with
small,
that being
but
said, if it's got a cargo hold in it, then really the only thing that it would be taking up, we could actually put cargo in the walker, right? To kind of
Right,
offset
thank
the
you.
footprint.
Yeah, that's what I said with the
Right.
greaves.
Yeah,
you know
that is what you said.
There we
The
go.
Matrix walkers. Those things are
I
dope.
don't know
was
where I
thinking of
heard
those
that,
things.
but that sounded like a great idea.
As,
It was me.
as
I
you
said
are
it.
walking
I
out,
said it in character, unprompted. It was me.
as
All
you
by
are walking out,
myself.
All by my lonesome.
you make your way through the Pillar of Night, right? The Pillars of Night through this sort of wasted space. And as you're walking out, the storm is still happening, but it's much lighter. Like the lightning strikes are not as bad. The wind is not as heavy. You can tell that it's dying down. And you're trying to get yourself out of the Pillars of Night where you left the Camelin Viper. And as you make your way there, you go. It takes a bit of a while to get through this city, which is massive. And you get to the outskirts of the city, and that's where the Camelin Viper has sort of rested. And the walkers sort of power down, allowing you space to get out and into the Camelin Viper.
These walkers are more like ATST. Is that what they are?
ATST,
Yes.
ATST and not APU from the Matrix Revolutions?
Yes.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking they were
Those are smaller though, right? Those
those
are
the
like two
smaller
side
ones.
by side.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what I was thinking too, actually. But I mean,
Yeah.
that's you could have him build something smaller.
Right.
like
Right.
that.
Be like, hey, could you make a little guy? Yeah.
Yeah,
Right,
yeah.
exactly.
A little
Absolutely.
tiny
Very
guy.
cool.
Little tiny guy, little baby guy.
Little baby guy,
And
no
I-
cargo bay. And
Oh,
no,
you gotta
So
have
it just
cargo.
takes up space? Dear God.
well, it'll take up less.
We can make it
So-
smaller.
We
but
don't
we can
have
make
that
it.
much space.
We can make it smaller and able to withstand orbital entry. See,
Yeah.
all
Okay.
design
right?
things come forward.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
But still, we're sacrificing cargo space for this, and I'm just noting it, and that Tarek is
Just-
opposed to that. That's
we don't
Just-
need cargo space.
we do.
I'm just noting.
Yeah, we totally don't need
We
cargo space
do.
to pirate shit to
Uh,
sell off and stuff. Yeah, it'll be fine.
We
They
need.
can park it in my med bay. Oh,
Oh wait.
which also takes up.
Yeah,
Cargo
they
space.
can park it in your med bay. That's the perfect place to park the walker. They can put the
Val
walker
could have
right
a
next
suit.
to the med bay.
Val could have a suit, got an Iron Man suit. You could have a monomolecular blade, and I just want a walker with a bodyguard.
Excuse me, I got mine during character creation.
and I
was
took
earned to
3
me.
seasons to steal all my shit.
Yeah,
Okay,
and you
all
want
right.
to just take up cargo space?
Okay.
Yeah, you're trying to take a lot of cargo space.
I'll wait
We're
3
just
seasons.
saying.
It's gonna take 3 seasons for him to build it.
See,
will see.
that's why I was more okay with them building it very slowly over time. It's gonna take 8 seasons
Exactly. Yeah,
and
that's
a
fine.
finale.
fine.
It'll be fine.
I have an encounter, if you don't mind, as you are disembarking to get into the Camelin Viper,
Hmm.
and this is all y'all's fault.
Okay, perfect.
Oh no.
Vote.
As you are disembarking and about to sort of get into the Camelin Viper, this is about the time when you start seeing some figures in the sky. And these figures
Oh,
are
no.
clearly dragon rocketeers.
Yep. Yeah, of course they are.
Excuse me?
Dragon rocketeers from the Star Guard. And
Because
you
the
see-
last thing we did was tell Wesley we were in trouble.
in trouble. Yes, indeed.
Okay.
Uh,
Last
I
thing
knew what
Sal told
Rocketeers
Wesley.
were, but Dragon Rocketeers sounds dope. Okay, go ahead.
yes. And so these are the Star Guard, and they're in like red and bronze armor, right? And they've got their helmets look like dragon heads, and they've got these very impractical, large metallic dragon wings in the back of their packs.
Actual
Right, and they've-
Rocketeers.
Yeah, and they've got their like mag belt, and they're flying. And they've got their laser rifles, and they're flying through the storm. Here's the thing: this is not a wise thing to do. You should not be flying through the storm. It is very, very dangerous.
Then
Not
kill
a
them,
sm-
trooper.
not a
Learn their
smart thing to
lesson.
do at all.
Yeah.
But they are clearly trying to find you, at least from the last space they knew you were. And there are 5 figures coming down, sweeping through, trying to make their way through the sort of storm. One of whom is not in Star Guard outfit, just in a regular power suit. The rest of them are all in Star Guard uniforms. One of whom is just massive. Great. They come swooping down towards a Camelin Viper, and they sort of land. And they make their visors sort of clear, and you can tell right there is King Oleb himself,
What?
Oh shit.
Admiral Rax,
Wesley,
no.
no.
Oh, buddy.
You
Oh shit.
guys are fucked.
Oh, this is not great. I thought we were gonna get Leash Courtney.
also Leash Courtney. Yes, Leash Courtney is also there. We also have slides, everybody. You can find our NPCs on our slideshow.
So Malcolm, remember we were talking about King Oleb there back
Here he
Hey,
is.
buddy.
Here he is.
Welcome to Life on the Gambler.
I'd like to introduce you to the king.
The king, the admiral, Liege Courtney, Lady Fiona, who is another one of these really important members of the Star Guard, who was the one to
Before you say anything, Ruby did it. That's all.
to promote
It's Ruby.
that gave the promotion to Terika way back when Terika was much younger, and then also Casil, Prince Casil, the Aslan mercenary who's been hanging out in the palace for quite some time, and these five all sort of like fly in and land in great haste. If they went through this storm, it's because they were quite worried about you, because it was quite dangerous for them to do that, and they come and lean down, and the king strides forward through the comms. Well, I hear you all. It seems as if you are all not dead. We were concerned. We'd heard that you'd gone missing.
Thank you for your concern.
I actually like the idea that it's much safer for people to just take a jetpack and skydive through a storm versus take a ship.
It is, actually.
Right? You know,
I feel more comfortable.
yeah, right? It's like, all right.
It's there's a reason why they're in their packs rather than in a ship.
Right.
Because the
It's like
ship
you can use the thrusters to like correct yourself, but like a
Dodge.
ship would just and
Yeah.
everybody's dead. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. And also, even though the wings are quite impractical, like on other planets, it's quite useful in the middle of those storms. You can use them as a little bit of like a glider. Just as a note, everyone makes fun of them, but they do have some practical purposes.
That's probably why I was like, "Hey, drop the engines. We need to fall
Yes.
and then land."
Yes.
And that's what these
Yes.
thrusters. That's what these
Yeah.
Star Guard does. Is they just dive through the
Yeah.
storm and
Yeah.
then use it to land. Anyway, sorry.
Yes. But there's nobody here who's not important who's in this mission. There are no like general
Oh no.
Star Guards, right? The only person who's not like these are all the highest ranking people in the Star
General
Guard.
Starguard sounds like a badass name, though. I'm not gonna lie.
It does.
Hello, I am
General
Star
Starguard?
Yeah. Hello.
Reporting for duty, sir.
And the king is like, well, so how are my special envoys? When we heard that you had gone missing in the storm, we had to come immediately. Well, we had to wait until the storm died down a bit, but
Welcome, this is the king. I kneel. It's probably best we kneel. I kneel.
Terika will do all of the appropriate bows, like with every applicable flourish and everything.
Everybody bow. A 5, 6, 7, 8.
there's a step ball change.
Val does the appropriate dance step, but he incorporates what the these people around here are called
the
the loose
vasectomies.
kind of
Yeah, that's them.
the vasectomies. Yes.
And,
Is that right?
That's them.
The Vespexers, yeah. And the king says,
What did I
I
say?
did not want to lose my new admiral so quickly. And he sort of just claps Severance on the shoulder.
May I? You wouldn't have. Everything is going according to plan. We were just leaving, actually.
Yes, how did you hear that we were in danger?
Well, and the king just looks to Admiral Rax, and Admiral Rax says, well, we got word from your ship that
Oh.
you are in distress. Ensign Wesley said you were in danger.
Well, we were in danger, but due to our marvelous pilot, we were able to land safely.
And the
amongst
hospitality of everyone here on the planet's surface, of course.
The Vespexers,
Ah.
of course, here at the pillars.
Well, it's good to see you're
Medea
not dead.
specifically. It's been wonderful.
And the admiral looks to the king, and the king goes, Medea, I believe that is the first daughter of our chieftain. I think this is the one who's aimed to take over the Vespexers in time. And there's well, now, we all have
Very
quite a
same.
bit quite a bit for you all up on the palace. We will escort you back. By the way, this is an amazing-looking stealth fighter. What is this?
Oh, you could see it. Oh, damn it.
This is the Camlin Viper. We
Click, click.
brought it on board the Gambler and have not yet had a chance to brief you on the
Nope,
latest.
sorry, no, that's the wrong one.
It was
Oh, that's also the wrong one.
acquired.
There we go.
Well, Severance tries to figure out how to unlock it.
Sorry, just figuring out it's supposed to be stealth.
It's this button.
Look, we have a lock mechanism, and then we also have the turning on of the stealth mechanism. That's why you just saw it. The point is, it's a
Sorry, that was me again. Sorry.
fantastic ship.
Ah.
Yeah.
Looks imperial. I hope
It
you,
is.
I hope you killed some Imperials in order to get it. Well, we
Thanks.
shall, meet you back on the palace. We will need you in the throne room immediately. We have business to speak about.
Are they
Yes, Your
flying back up?
Majesty.
They
You want to
are-
ride?
Oh. And the
You
king
would
goes,
probably
are
safer."
you kidding? No,
Okay,
I don't care
fair enough.
about safety. I care about the thrill of flying through the atmosphere.
Ah, man, that's what I would have said too. Let's get back in the Viper. Hurry.
Thank you for coming for us.
Of course. It's good to
I
see
so
that you're
want
all
to fucking
safe.
fly up with that.
You can if you want to.
Yeah,
can,
why
yeah.
not?
Yeah, no one's gonna stop you.
die.
Oh, okay, never mind then.
I don't think
Don't
you'll die.
die.
You've got a suit. It's two people. You've got two people.
Tirika has
King-
worked hard
Oh, you're
not
the
to
red
have Val
shirt.
die. Let's not have it
Oh.
happen
Yeah,
now.
what shirt are you wearing?
Oh, I'm sorry, I have to do this. You, Liege Terica. No. Your.
thought
Do you
you fly
mind
with
if
us.
I? Do you mind if I ask your spouse, Lord Terica, for a challenge?
A challenge?
Yes, of course.
Greg.
Lord Terica is welcome to accept or decline whatever he would like.
Lord Terica, I see you have a fancy suit. How would you like to race back to the palace?
No, thank you. And he walks in the shuttle.
Aw.
Oh. Liege,
He's so disappointed.
well.
And that's how you know but, everybody.
I appreciate. I
That's how you
appreciate
He comes
you-
back
some
down the
trouble.
round joking. Fuck.
No. I know that's perfect. You may not want to do this race. It might be dangerous for you. That's all I'm saying. I
No,
mean,
you don't have to do that. I was just kidding.
Terica will just say, delightful of you to recognize his spirit, Your Highness.
well, you shall be awaited at the in the throne room. I imagine you all will get there before we do. All right,
Your
come
Highness. No, Your Highness,
Yeah.
I appreciate the nature of this wager that you speak of. What would the stakes be for such a wager?
on.
Such
For honor.
a contest for honor. Yeah.
Yes. Bragging rights,
So-
of course.
If I win,
Mm.
as I do ride on a ship called the Gambler, could I get a couple of those suits that you all are wearing?
A Star Guard. I'm afraid that's
Couple.
only for members of the Star Guard. However, seeing as you are going to be joining the court, I can certainly arrange for you to begin training and join the Star Guard yourself. There's a bit of a tradition of the Rapenhausens, the liege being the one in charge of information and their spouse being in charge of, well, working with great heroics in the Star Guard. And if what you would like is to be a dragon rocketeer, that can be arranged.
He leans forward conspiratorially, but speaks loud enough for every motherfucker to hear. Your
That's me.
Majesty, you know that we won't be on planet. So I was thinking it might help with our quest.
Supplies are limited, and you are not inducted into
One.
the Star Guard yet.
One suit.
There's tradition and honor.
And the
We might
parts
be
for
able
a
to
walker.
arrange.
And the parts for a walker. I'm trying, Malcolm. I'm trying.
we might be able to arrange for you to pass the exams. You can take them, perhaps, and if you pass them, then you might be given a commission. Things can always be done for Lord Taraka.
Then, Your Majesty, let's fucking do this. And he
Tarika's just gonna like look at him. Oh, I don't. If I have to roll for this, I totally will. I probably do at this point. But in their mind, they would just say, "Be careful."
I don't think you have to telepathy that
To
one.
telepathy that they could probably just
The
say it
look
out
may
loud.
speak
But I
volumes.
don't think that they would. Yeah, they wouldn't say this out loud. They would just.
comms.
We could
Oh,
just
yeah.
send a text.
Because
It'll
we
pop
have
up
the
when
we have the
it's-
helmets on. That's right. So
Yeah,
they
yeah.
could just as they like turn to head back
I-
into the. As they turn to head into the Chameleon Viper, they just switch their comms over to Val directly, and they just say, "Be careful, please."
Love how everyone forgot we have like phone calls and texting until I showed up.
I will
you
never
know?
remember that. One day I will, but
This is
today
sci-fi
not
from
that
the
day.
70s. There's no texting.
Yeah, why would you text when you have magic?
Incomprehensible.
Thank you.
And he says, the king
Mental
says,
strain?
I know. Lord Taraka, we shall arrange for you to test into the Star Guard, would you say in a week's time?
What would you say right now? And
Wait. Prince Casil, give him your rifle. And Prince Casil looks surly about it and hands you
Try to shoot me.
a rifle. Well then, let's go. Everyone, to the skies! And the king boots up his anti-grav belt and sort of takes off, as do the rest of the group.
Sue, everything you've got to the thrusters. Let's wax this prick.
All right.
Did you say that so every motherfucker could hear? 'Cause,
Yes, every motherfucker should have been able to hear that.
okay, perfect.
At least our motherfuckers in the gambling.
Okay.
in our comms
Gambler
chat.
motherfuckers can hear this.
Yep.
Right.
That's right. That's me. Ooh, I'm in that group.
The rest
You're
of
part
the
of
crew
you're part of the
I'm part of that
motherfucker
thread.
blockchain, right?
get into the Camlin Viper to take off.
Yep.
Who was piloting?
You know
I
what? I'll
think
do
Tirka
it.
would just look at Quint. Oh, okay.
No, I'm
Yeah.
kidding. I'm not doing that.
Oh, okay. Tirka would just like Tirka would just give Quint a look of like,
Fucking
are
way.
you willing to like pilot it up kind of look. Oh, maybe we
We'll
lost
never
her.
know.
Oh no.
I think
Oh,
the answer
no.
is yes. I think the answer is yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh no, you're back.
Me. Oh no.
Yes, we can
I'm
hear
back,
you
okay,
now,
yeah.
but
Quint would
before
just
you
have
were
a look
choppy.
of like, yeah. Quint would just like nod like a yeah, got this. Like, and I'll just go.
Let's start with the easy one. Can I get a piloting roll from you, dear Quint, at a
Yes.
not a boon, but the bane, if you would, because it is, after all, still stormy.
Bane.
Can Tirka help with this? Can they be a co-pilot?
Yes, you can, because there's a double cockpit. So, Tarika, roll first.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry, when I tab
please.
over, it makes it laggy for a second. I could spend luck if I need to.
Oh, you don't need to. If
Oh?
you did it with a bane, you are good. So,
Nice.
with a bonus
No, it was
from
with the bane.
Tarika,
Yeah.
with a bonus of +2, you make it quite well. I would love to know how you two fly off through this storm.
Together.
But you do not get to describe how you arrive because you have a conversation in the meantime.
I think Tirka just starts the like warm up sequence and everything, and as it's going, they are like clocking through the things that Severance had said to them on the way there, and starting to brief Quint on those as we're getting ready to take off. So I think that's the benefit that Tirka brings is basically all the things Severance said to them before. They're like, oh, remember this? It's better to coast.
Right, because the air currents do the weird, yes, and the
Exactly.
abnormal
And the
number
electricity,
of
be
downdrafts.
careful.
Yep,
Don't trust your sensors, but you
yep.
can
That's why I
trust
haven't
the
turned on that
altimeter.
system.
Yeah, I wouldn't bother.
Oh, the altimeter still works. That's a
does.
blessing in of itself.
It really
All
is.
Now I need some badass descriptions from Quint about your flying, because it's important.
Because it's important.
It is.
Oh
For my secret
no!
Oh no.
You're back.
It was so much smoother earlier. I don't know what's happened. Maybe someone got on the internet downstairs. I don't know. But,
Hijacking the internet.
it's Quint.
Unreliable.
It's rough.
Unreliable in-law internet.
Yeah, that happens.
We'll take the lowest package possible. We'd barely use it.
This is why I can't stream next week.
So, Quint is taking what Terica had explained that they were taught from Saffron's, and then also combining it because Quint did the really bad fly. We did the trade-off midway through of the last time we flew. So I didn't go through the atmosphere, but I did ride through the stuff, which is more similar to going up than it is going down. Because there's less gliding you can do, but Quint will try to glide on the updrafts, like try to use what we've learned so far and spot them coming up in advance to help use those to kind of go up towards the floating palace. And then we'll just, once we get past just into the outer atmosphere, which you said is where the floating palace kind of sits, just to, like, do a smooth, like, transition from bumpy ride to just a smooth glide. A little sporty, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right.
Because it's small craft, and that's my jam, small craft.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Why are we doing a
gonna need
barrel
a
roll? Why are we
roll.
doing a barrel
Maybe a
roll?
little fighter pilot.
Whenever we do the barrel roll, Terica's just like smile on their face, like
I fly it like a fighter craft, like
This
a little
is a
one-person
necessary-
fighter craft. Yeah.
Right.
I'm going to need a roll from Val. Val, I'm going to need a flyer roll from you, because
Hell
you
yeah.
have
because
you
you're doing
have
the thing.
Sue. You will not get the -1 negative because you don't have enough skill on for your vac suit. You need a vac suit 1, so you would be at a -1, but Sue is going to be offsetting that for you. But you need to make a flyer roll.
Have you not been training in vac suit? No, you've been trying. Probably
Yes.
I did. Yeah.
He
You have
has.
been. Oh, okay.
He now has vac suit 0, but this is a kind of an
I
advanced
don't have
vac
vac
suit.
suit negative
You don't
3
have vac-
anymore.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. Cool.
Yeah. So if you would, that would be lovely. I'm going to need a vac suit roll from you. I'm sorry, not vac suit, flyer. I need a flyer
Right.
roll.
Do I get any other fun things?
Let me see.
Any more
Jeez.
bullshit to my roll?
Plus,
No, I don't think I do.
Don't think
could
you do.
Could Terica help with this too? Same
You're not in the
style,
ship.
but to Val. I know. I'm
But
just
you're not
trying.
in the ship. You can't. I'm
know.
afraid not.
I'm just
We are
trying.
gamblers, but are we cheaters?
Can't be on the
Because I have an
comms
idea.
Yes,
and-
we are
and leadership.
110% cheaters.
I was like, what if we just like went behind Val and like Star Citizen
I'm
style?
gonna throw all of my
Oh
luck in.
shit! Oh shit!
Just sort of.
What does
Oh,
that
never
get
mind,
you
you probably
to, my
did well.
friend?
It was neat having a doctor.
Yeah, it
would
was
get you
so
to
great.
10.
Oh my.
10.
Okay.
It gets you a 10. All right, I'm going to roll for the king, if you don't mind. I just need to double check his...
Luck isn't a thing that is in the native game, right? We added that to
It
make
is.
sure we don't die.
No, it's an option.
It's in the
Okay,
it's
it's
an
an
option in the
it's an optional roll.
compendium.
Otherwise, you'd be dead. We'd actually all be dead. I think, at
Optional.
this
To be
point.
fair, Terica would have been dead ages and ages ago.
Yeah. I think
Yeah.
this would be a much deadlier.
14. The king beats you to the palace.
No shit. I mean,
Wait. We also have the option. Maybe we could cheat.
kill the king, right?
We shoot the king. No, that would be hilarious.
Yeah, because what we need right now is more Drinax.
If
That's
the
what we
king
need.
is shot down from the sky, he can't
But-
win.
I'm going to need
Exactly.
Val to make a combat check, if you don't mind. This is going to
Combat
be
check?
for... Yes, please.
What if
this
you
is gonna
match
be ranged.
Val's speed and then slightly go faster, get him to stand on the nose, and then we thrust it?
This is for ranged. And it's going to be... What is it? It's going to be ranged... what are my specializations? for
I
this
don't
one?
believe I have that.
Well, let's see what you're going to do with it. It's going to be...
Then we hit the brakes and he flies.
Gun combat. Gun combat energy is what it is.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh
All
god.
right, 'cause he gave you a rifle.
Yeah,
Yes,
he
he
did.
did. He did give you a rifle because you're testing. This is going to be gun combat range.
Also brought
You
several
can-
clay discs.
So it's like
well,
Dex?
it is Dex. So Dex gun combat.
Oh,
Please
this is gonna
note.
be awful.
This is so
that
bad, and this is amazing.
you can aim, right? So you can get yourself +3 to this roll if you spend time aiming.
Well, I better do that.
You say you spent all your luck?
It's a 9.
Hey!
Hey, that ain't too bad.
That's not an 8.
Okay.
It's a 9.
Okay. As you're flying up there, racing, and you've got this crew of very high-ranking, like basically the top of the Drinaxian sort of military here, zooming around, and this is basically your exam to get in the Star Guard, which normally you wouldn't be able to do this, except that you're a noble now, and so they make exceptions for people, but you have to prove yourself. And as you're flying up there, they're flying about, trying to get to something that would be an interesting target. And as you're moving, you can see in the distance this large elephant-sized, strange cockroach with like weird spores on its back, moving across the plains. And the king goes, "Dive that way. Don't get too close, though. They jump. You can't even imagine. Take that one out."
They jump after. Do they jump after the Star Guard, or they jump after ships?
Both. Anything. They jump quite high.
I thought it was electromagnetic attraction.
Well, there's a lot of electromagnetics on that on the suit as well.
I thought it was combustion. Okay.
If you would, you take your shot and you succeed.
Okay.
Because you made the 8. Could you roll for me damage? I would love that if you would do for me. It's going to be. Let me find it. Your rifle is going to be a 3D, if you don't mind.
3d6, is that what it is?
3d6.
Is that what you're saying?
+1.
Okay. Okay, so whatever this is, +1.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
woo! How about an 18?
Describe to me how you take out this this giant creature in one shot.
Okay, so the king beats me. I mean, we all knew that was going to happen. But what Val's going to do is, knowing that he's got Sue on board, and Sue is a little bit more than your average AI, he is going to line up the shot. And if the shot of the creature's over here, Val is going to aim, and he is going to look over at the king when he fires.
Nice.
And as he fires and takes it off, he just winks. And then he brings the rifle up, even though they're flying through the air, and blows on the barrel.
Oh, the king loves that. The king's like, you can just hit the girl. I see. Oh, to the palace. As you begin to fly off the Camelin Viper far beyond, I will just note for the record, you beat 8 in both of your rolls, which means you did pass the test to get inducted into the Star Guard. And as our flyers take off, we sort of move our camera back into the Camelin Viper. But that's where we're going to take our break, everyone. We're going to take our break right now. And we're going to find out what conversations are to be had in the Camelin Viper before you deal with what's happening up top. That said, everyone, stretch your legs, drink your beverage. I've got some sweet tea that I made. And we will be back in 10 minutes, everyone. We will catch you all on the flip side. Let's find out what's happening in the Camelin Viper. We've got in the pilot seat, Quint, and in the co-pilot seat, also gunner seat, Terica. And then we have the Harlock and Severance in the hold, which, by the way,
making out in the
is just...
back.
That's right.
Perhaps. Just...
Right. Well, we'll never know because it's off screen.
Oh, boo.
Yeah.
I believe that there was a conversation that was requested.
Terica, if there is not making out in the back, like if they turn back to look at Severance and the Harlock, is there a moment happening? Because if there is, they're not going to do this question right now.
No, there isn't a moment. I mean, we'll never know.
Just wishful thinking.
Okay.
Who can say what happens off screen?
Except that
There was a moment Terica turned. It's like Schrodinger's cat, right?
kiss. Yep, Schrodinger's makeout.
It's Schrodinger's makeout.
That's right.
So they'll like turn back and look at Severance, and then they'll turn forward and just say, well, they'll make sure that Quint has the con, right? Like, and then they'll be like, Severance, quick question. You
quick answer.
well, you said that.
Where are my glasses?
So what happens if Ruby is not noble? Like, does he still get tried here on Drinax?
Why?
Roll advocate.
Why? I would love to, because I don't know the answer. Let me just
Does he
open
get
my
a
character sheet,
boon
'cause
for
I
all
forgot
his
about it.
knowledge about the law system of Drinax?
Well, he's not an official lawyer, but
No,
But he's been involved in the legal
knows
system.
things.
Hey!
He has been involved in the legal system.
I will say yes for the boon because he is a native Drinaxian.
All right.
I mean, technically he's a
take it.
clone, but you know, more or less.
Here's my
he's a
glasses.
Drinaxian.
Give or take. Give or take.
Give or
maybe.
take.
Okay. I have Laboon now. Advocate, education, intellect,
Education.
dexterity, perfect. Education. Okay.
You need an
5.
8. You need an
Oh.
8. What did you roll?
Yeah. What did I
Ooh,
roll?
double ones.
Double
Well, that'll
ones.
do
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
It would have been double ones, but it was a 1 and a 2.
2.
So
Oh,
with
that's
boons,
true.
so
That's
yeah.
true. So technically
Yeah.
not a critical fail.
Okay.
You would need 3
Because of the
more.
boon.
Well. Is this where I need to roll my luck? Luck, which is 3, will give me 8, and then I'll have a success.
go.
But that's all of my luck.
That is true.
If I just don't know, I guess I'm not going to use my luck.
He's not certain
okay.
about the legalities of
I may need it in something else.
noble versus non-noble legalities.
Right, it's a bit of a convoluted thing. It's really hard to judge when you don't really know. I don't know. I haven't been on. I've been on the floating palace long enough to understand. You would probably know. No, but they probably wouldn't. Never mind. No, I don't know.
Severance, that's entirely unhelpful. We need to make sure
wish
that
I-
Ruby is tried here on
You asked for a
Drinax.
quick answer, and that was the quickest I could give it.
All right, fair enough. Sorry.
All right.
I just want to know where Mr. Brace is during this. I imagine he's also in the back.
He is. And he's just like,
He was watching the
Looking at the
makeout
ship.
session, Schrodinger's makeout session.
I think this is also
Schrodinger's
part of it.
makeout
He's a
session.
part of
So
Schrodinger's
he
makeout
knows.
session.
Oh boy.
He's a
Okay.
part of it.
He's got to learn a thing or two.
for the record,
He's been
for
waiting.
the record,
He's Schrodinger.
there is no wall between the cockpit and the
Oh.
hold because it's a.
Yeah, but you have to like turn around.
It's a box.
You would have to turn around. That's
Yeah.
true.
If a tree
Yeah.
falls in the
And you don't
forest
want
when
to
no
keep
one's
your
around to hear it,
eyes
doesn't make
on
a sound.
the three-dimensional plane in front of you.
Yeah, yeah.
I'd say
Yeah,
road,
yeah.
but it's not really a road.
No, yeah. He's watching. And he's just like he's mostly like
If he's watching, then it doesn't happen. I mean, it's.
I imagine just like just
To the window.
staring.
Yeah.
Just staring.
Whoa.
Oh
He's
dear
mostly
God,
like-
that poor kid.
he's never been in a flying craft before, so he's sort of like
All right. He's probably like, geez, I am terrified and anxious because at any moment we can just flip over and die. Oh, wait, this is normal, I think.
yes, that's where he's at. He's like, oh,
That's me every time I go on an airplane, by the way. Or a train. I don't like moving stuff. I like being in control. It's a thing that I'm working on.
You like?
hey, That's why you kept your luck.
That's right.
So,
I think that's as much as it's clear that Severance doesn't have the information that Tarika's looking for right now.
Wow. Okay.
Which is well, they wanted to make sure that they could confirm that Ruby was going to get tried on Drinax because they have more control over Drinax than they do over Asim.
well, depends. Depends.
I think, like, even with that weird answer, I think he
Tarika
was still
doesn't know
very
that.
confident, though.
Oh
There's,
yeah,
like, there is a confidence in him. He's like, it doesn't matter. I don't really know, but I know that we're fine. If that makes any sense. And it
I
probably
mean, of
doesn't,
course
but-
he says that. I
Yeah.
think Tarika's like been around him for long enough to be like, okay.
Okay, yeah, he's confident. He has no idea what he's talking about.
That's
Yeah.
exactly what they're. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're like, all right.
He doesn't know either. Okay, great.
Yeah.
If there's nothing else, the ship makes its way, the Camelon Viper makes its way up into the floating palace. I will need one more
bump.
roll.
There's a little bit of turbulence, but then we lose Val forever because we hit Val.
Forever.
Okay. Oh, dear God.
Oh.
Because Val was
Well, he's gone now.
What
Oh,
was
there was
that?
a random
Womp,
air
womp,
speed
womp,
bump.
womp.
That is so strange.
It's
Oh.
probably a bird. Doesn't matter.
Bird
Can I
strike.
get a
Actually,
routine piloting
bird.
craft from our pilot Quint? It's just a 6 is all you need,
Yes.
just to make it in,
Yes.
to make sure you're fine.
Hey.
Okay, rewind.
That.
Please explain
How about double?
Yeah, that is double, which is an extraordinary success, which means you
Cool.
get something bonusy good for this. Please describe this, then tell me what kind of bonusy good thing you would like. I can always pick something, but it's up to you.
I think it's once we get out of the horrible atmosphere for flying that the planet of Drinax is, because Quint's just done the routine stuff in this little thing, or like one tiny infiltration that we did,
Yeah.
she did with the Harlock. So not everyone on the crew has really gotten to see Quint fly this. It's mostly been me dropping it
Yes.
off on a moon while we go
Yeah,
places, me
yeah.
dropping off on a thing.
Yeah.
But I've gotten quite a lot of experience flying this, and Quint has a lot of small craft experience in general.
Yeah.
So I think Quint is just really comfortable and is just like, just kind of autopiloting it. But realizing that we're on Drinax, we're gonna be landing on the Golden Palace with the king coming up behind us and stuff. We should probably look kind of cool. We should
Yeah.
probably look competent at what we're doing
Yep.
because.
Yep.
We've got the big ship, and if we look cool in the small ship, surely we look cool in the big ship. So Quint's just gonna kind of do some fighter piloty moves, stuff picked up from the Navy, and just kind of do but it's all very smooth, even without the artificial gravity. Partially because we don't have the artificial gravity on this thing. It's a little gentler.
I
And
know
it's
what
just
your
gonna
bonus
pull
are.
into part.
I have some ideas for your bonuses for that extraordinary success, unless you have one, but I have some.
I just look real cool. I would love to hear your ideas, Trooper.
One, you now
Get
know
like a
this
drift.
particular ship like the back of your hand, which means you would get a boon in all piloting checks in this craft.
Oh. That would make a lot of sense. Sure, why not?
Because now you know it. Do you know what I mean? You know this ship.
I went through the Drinaxian atmosphere troubles, and now I'm like, well, now I can handle anything in this thing.
Yes. Because you've got that familiarity with this ship now. So I will give you a boon for all piloting checks in this ship. And I will give you a one-time +2 reaction, like when you're trying to do something social, with the king. Because he also saw you flying in a very expert way. So you're going to get a social bonus with the king. Actually, we'll make it a boon. So you're going to get a boon with the king.
Okay.
In any kind of social moment because, well, actually, it would be anybody in that party. So Liege Courtney, Admiral Rax, the king, Lady Fiona, and also the Aslan Prince. All of them saw your amazing flying, and you will get a social boon with them. That said.
Okay.
When you all arrive and you fly into the king's, because there are two different ports, there's the king's private port and there's the public port, and you fly into the king's private port, which is where the gambler is, and you fly and attach. There is there's soldiers there already, and you're going to have to, I imagine you're attaching yourself to the gambler through the port so you can go in through the gambler. There are a bunch of soldiers, Star Guard out there waiting for you. You know that you are going to have to go to the palace right now. But when you come in and you get out, you have to go, basically you're attached to the bottom of the cargo hold, so you come up through the cargo hold. And when you get to the cargo hold, right there waiting for you is Evan and also Wesley. Very anxious, waiting for you, with a lot of concern.
Tirka will give Wesley a hug. They'll just walk up to him and give him a hug. And they'll be like, thank you. And next time, let's talk about what protocol we want to use on Drinax. Okay?
He's like, where's Val? And he's looking for
And
Val.
then
And Val is
Terrica
not
turns
there.
around, like looking for Val.
I just have a look at my face that says, "Oh no, Wesley's going to have more nightmares now."
Can Terrica see Val at all?
The Camelin Viper
At this
is
point?
much faster than a Grav Belt, so it's gonna be a bit before he gets there.
They're catching up, Wesley. They're catching up. They will be.
Is everybody
the flighty
okay?
suit. Yes.
Okay. But everyone's all right?
Certainly not worth having had the king sent after us.
King went after you? I
He didn't know. He didn't know.
just told the
He didn't
guards,
know.
and they said,
What did
Thank you.
What did you
did
tell the
everything.
guards?
You did everything correct.
I told them that Val was down, that he was missing, and that you all were in trouble, and I couldn't get back a hold of you because I tried to get you on the comms, and I couldn't. And so the guards told, I suppose, people, they said they'd take care of it. They tell Admiral Rax, and
It's okay.
You
did
did
the
a
right
good
thing.
job.
But we'll talk about what to do on Drinax next time, okay? Later.
okay. I was just really worried that something happened to you, because if something happened to you, then I
The communications are just difficult with all the electrical storms.
oh, okay.
Planet side. I have pictures to show you later, Wesley.
Oh, is there jungles down there, and like Viridian jungle cats, and like tree houses?
No.
People swinging on vines?
You will see in the pictures. I got the whole video tour of the Vespexer city for you.
Are those the Drinaxian barbarians?
Not quite.
Oh, okay. And
It's more
Evan
of
just
a
sort of says,
imperial thing.
and Evan says, well, you've been all gone for quite some time and probably need food. I will make sure I can get some sort of, it's been 2 days. I'll make some food for you all.
Thank you, Evan.
That would be delightful. We've had a lot
Could
of
you-
paste.
Coffee would be...
You didn't like the paste?
It was never my favorite.
Huh. I liked the paste.
And it is this moment when the flyers come into the port, and you can hear on your comms, "This is the king. I'm going to need everyone from the Gambler to meet me in the throne room. Let's walk together."
Oh boy.
Let's do
I
this.
do like the
Erica
rear
just-
view mirror cleanup real quick. I'm just like, okay, yeah.
And Wesley goes,
Terrica
"Does
waits
that
until like Val
include
lands
me?"
and then they'll start walking. And
Are
then
you
they'll
a crew
look
of
at
the
Wesley and
Gambler?
they'll say,
Yes, sir.
Then yes, it includes you.
And Evan goes, "I suppose that includes me as well."
Except for Quinn, she's there's a
Yes.
spy. Quinn's a spy.
And
It
Evan sort of,
includes you as well.
Quint has proven himself time and time again.
It's a spy.
Not right now. They're not a spy right now.
there's still 2 bodyguards there. Lord Wilson.
Oh, right.
Yeah, and Sir Leon are waiting there.
Aren't they supposed to be with the mooks, though?
One of them is with the mooks, but the mooks are down here. The mooks are not allowed
Oh, okay.
upstairs. They've been kept down here. Nobody lets them
Good.
upstairs, where
Good.
everything is.
Good.
And they're
What's
sort of
my
just-
what's my
Well, to be fair, all
bodyguard's
the
name
child
last
locks are
time?
still on anything and everything anyway, so
Lord
This is
Wilson.
true.
they probably can't get more.
Lord
That's
Wilson,
true.
Mhm.
because he's a volleyball.
Oh, so Lord Wilson is with us and Lord Leon is with the mooks?
Yep.
Good.
hmm And you are all, and then as you're sort of hanging out, acting captain Wesley says,
Lol.
"Lol,
Sorry.
the professor left."
To where?
Oh no.
Where
Well,
did he go?
Meet up with the Imperial contact here, I would assume.
Yes,
that he
that's what he
was
said. The
talking about?
ambassador. He said he
Please.
wanted to speak with the king right away.
Oh,
I
God.
don't think he has yet. You know, but
Mm-hmm.
there's been a lot going on. This is all happening as you're walking and talking through the floating palace towards the throne room. It's a bit
I
of-
would like to have both of my bodyguards attend to me. That's right, both of them.
Terica looks at Severance and they say, Sir Leon is taking care of the mooks you hired on board.
Good for Sir Leon. Well, Lord Wilson and Sir Malcolm can come with me.
Vespexer in like wasteland armor, right? Following after.
How's he
Severance.
handling the Golden Palace?
That's right.
Uh,
Yeah, how's he doing?
Yeah.
There's like a jaw on the floor. He's just like,
A lot of oohing and ahhing.
but also
just-
he's like,
Pretty cool, huh?
and then he sees the way that people are living, and everybody is like cramped, like sardines and small little bits. And he's sort of,
Just pretending it's okay. Like, oh, hello.
It's sort of-
Everything's wonderful.
yeah,
We live
it's
on
sort
top
like
of
a
each other. It's
mix-
great.
Yeah.
Look at our deceased on the walls.
yeah.
Yeah.
Look at all the diamonds. They're people.
And all the gold is for mourning. But it's like this weird mix of like, oh my God, this is so fancy. But also, and there's all this amazing art that is breathtaking, but also everybody's like all up in each other's business. It's this kind of weird mix of like washing is like hung out on lines in the midst of like off of like statues. And it's just,
It's definitely different. It's,
Yes.
it's,
but also so is Wesley, because Wesley has not been off the ship yet, right? So
Yeah.
right.
yeah, you've got a bunch of folks.
Wesley,
who
what are you
like-
doing here? Get back on the ship.
No.
Oh,
For fuck's sake, Wesley.
no.
For fuck's sake, get back on the
Terica's gonna
ship. I was
like,
watching the ship.
Terica will put like an arm around him, but like it's Terica, so they're short. And at this point, I think
Yeah.
he's grown tall enough that it's
Yeah.
it's like an arm around him, right?
Yeah.
And then they're gonna start as they're walking toward the main hall. They're gonna start pointing out different things to Wesley, like, "Oh, that right there, that's the granite game. Everyone plays that. It's usually very high-powered players, and they'll start to like describe how granite works. Now you need to build out the spaces, and it's important. And then they'll be past the granite game, and now they'll be talking about this majestic statue and the way that the cherry blossoms from that one tree just coat it so beautifully in the springtime, and they just like sit on there. And at one point we thought that the tree was going to die, but luckily we were able to get the hydroponics back just in time, and it has come back to life. But that's why it has those branches, and now we're past that tree, and now we're talking. And so this is what they're doing, like the whole way is like markers from Terica's history, the things that were interesting and important to them as we like go from the gambler to the palace.
Malcolm, if you're interested, you should probably slow down and listen to what Eric is saying. This is pretty cool stuff.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And Wesley points out this one statue, and he goes, sculpture, and he goes, oh, what's that one? That one kind of reminds me of home a little bit. That's like a bit from an agricultural combine in there, isn't it? I would recognize that anywhere. I mean,
Is that
but it's-
June's statue that he's pointing to?
It is June's statue.
Val would just walk past and just say, "You've got a good eye," and then he just keeps walking.
That's amazing.
That was made by a very talented artist from Asim.
Oh, isn't that where Dr. Morrissey's from?
Mm-hmm. It is.
Neat.
Yeah.
And as you are sort of moving through, there's like a slightly weird vibe amongst the populace as they
Yeah.
see you're following the king, right? The king, like massively high-powered people are all walking through this space, right? And people sort of there's some bowing, which involves a number of dance steps as you move through, and you make your way
Terica
into
will
the
do
throne
the
room.
like hand signs for the reciprocal bow, because you can't stop every time
That's correct.
there's a bow
That is
to you.
correct.
Like,
That is
but you could do
correct.
the hand sign, the responsive hand sign.
Mm-hmm. And Lady Fiona is close to Terica the entire time, as if just watching out for Terica's safety, as it were. And you make your way through the grand hall into the throne room, and in the throne room, the princess sits, and it is just this group of people. Just Leash Courtney, Admiral Rax, Lady Fiona, the Aslan Prince. Although right before they get in, the king, Lord Rax, would say to the Aslan Prince, "You're dismissed. We don't need you for this small council meeting." And the prince is like, "Hmm." And the Aslan Prince sort of just like checks you all out, making note of you all, perhaps for later, and heads out. You could see the reporter at one point in time to see if they could get in to speak with you all, but could not, as you were all ushered in. So in this meeting room, you have the king, the princess, you have the crew of the gamblers, you have Lord Rax, you have Liege Courtney, who actually also leaves, but Lady Fiona doesn't. The princess is here. The prince is not at the moment here. He doesn't seem to have been invited to this meeting at this point. Yes.
Tarika will do the appropriate vow to Princess Rao when they see her.
Princess Rao looks at Tarika for a moment. There's a beat, and then does the appropriate bow. And there you are. You've got the throne, this giant throne, the old Sindalian throne, which is like made out of like all these like ships. And then you've got the two sort of smaller thrones, one that the king floats into with his grav belt, and the other one has the life-size version statue of his dead wife. They're sort of painted to look lifelike and alive. And he sits in the throne, and they're set next to each other so that he can put his hand on the hand of the statue of his dead wife. And he sort of sits there, and he says, "Well, it seems as if we have some business, quite a bit of business, although some more pressing than others. First, we have the business of this. Oh, forgive me. Congratulations, Liege Tarika, on your nuptials. Lord Tarika, welcome to the court. We have quite a bit of business. Although the first is about this nasty business with this Rudolph Rucker from a seam. Must deal with this first. And so, he has been arrested, and he is put within the temporary holding cells, awaiting decisions of what should be done. So we must discuss what must be done. The politics of this are a little bit difficult. Now that he is a noble, things might be a little bit interesting. First, we must decide, well, there are some things to be settled. I understand the investiture has not yet happened, but we must have some things agreed upon before we move forward. Liege Tarika, it is assumed that you will follow in your mother's footsteps and take over a position as spymaster for Drinax. Considering you have been doing this work all along, it makes only sense that you would be continuing this on. And by the way, I am so sorry for the death of your parents, but your service to Drinax's spymaster so far in abroad has been noted, and we honor your service for us. And since this has been what you have been doing away, it makes only sense you continue on with your duty here.
With the utmost respect, many things have changed and shifted, and I have not yet had time to sleep since learning of Lady Hill and Lord Hill's deaths. Respectfully, I request time to consider what to do moving forward.
Princess Rao speaks up and says, "Father, I request that I take over the spymaster position and not Liege Tarika." As Princess Rao looks you dead in the eye, and it's a complicated look. That is a complicated look.
Tarika's looking like right back at her, like, what are you doing?
And the king says, you know, Rao, that I would give you anything. It is just that Liege Terka has been serving this position abroad as the deputy to our spy master, sending out information regularly, and has been doing an exemplary job. It makes only sense, considering that they have given us invaluable intel for the last 8 years. Makes only sense that they continue on with this job. And Rao says, nonetheless, I think that it is time that the Rapenhausens no longer serve in this capacity. Father, I'm more than capable enough to do so, and I've already begun building out my network. I do not think the Rapenhausens need to be given this responsibility any longer, no matter how exemplary Liege Terika's service in the last 8 years has been. And Lord Rax pipes up. My understanding, Your Highness, is you wish to settle who will be the spy master to decide who will question this Rudolph Rucker. I would request that no spy master question this Rudolph Rucker, that we do this, especially considering that he is now a noble, that we do this honorably. There's no need to have, and he clenches his jaw, the spy masters, whoever they may be, question this man. He's arrested. There's no need for any sort of interrogation, as they like to do. All we need is an advocate for him. We need him to have a lawyer. The lawyer must be a noble. And we should, of course, do what's right in this matter.
With all due respect, do we know the extent of his reach, Lord Rax?
I cannot imagine. And Lord Rex just stops himself. And it's this thing where he's like, he was going to say something, but he's like, Well, according to the rules, to the law, because he is noble, his advocate must also be a noble. So we need someone to stand for him. And someone, And Lord Rax clenches his jaw. I understand, Liege Terika, that you have been working exactly as your mother has taught you to for these last 8 years. And so I understand that if you say he has reach, that we should believe it. And your dossier was quite extensive. It is too bad you took after your mother and not your father, but I shall believe you. Is there someone here? This room is full of trusted people who might be able to stand as advocate for him.
I could do it.
Admiral Severance, you are skilled as an advocate.
Of course. I'm also noble, like everyone else in the room.
Yes. If you would stand to be his advocate in this trial, that would be convenient. There is some trickiness here, which is that he is from a seam, and that could be a bit difficult with... I'm sure you would understand. Were he...
Oh, I do.
Not...
I know much about Seam and him and his ilk.
Yes, if he were still a non-noble, most likely...
A normie. Sorry, I couldn't even say that without wincing. You.
Enough.
Sorry.
But if he were not a noble, then surely the ombudsman from Asim would demand that he be sent back to Asim for trial, because those from Asim may only be tried by their own noble on their own home planet. But as a noble of such a high rank, he cannot be tried by anyone who is lower rank than he, which means he would have to be tried here. And that is the honorable thing to do. So, we have no Asim advocates who are nobles on the palace, which would mean that would be...
We don't?
And then he
Sort of
frowns
look
for a
over
moment.
towards
He frowns for a moment and he says, well, we do have a few, but if you're worried about the reach, I'd prefer they not be the advocates, since they are children of that noble installed on Asim.
Considering what he is capable of and what he has historically done to other families to ensure compliance, I think that is a reasonable step to take.
The princess speaks up. Yes, well, there is one problem. While we are within our right to try him here in the palace, where presumably he does not have influence, trying someone from Asim, who's well known to be from Asim, when we've only been in union with Asim for a short 20 years, might look bad to the people of Asim. They would surely want one of their own tried on Asim. Wouldn't look good.
Well, as an advocate, if I may speak, Severance is from on planet side, so not from the palace.
Hmm.
It is true.
That is a good point. That might help. And the king says, Lord Tarika, you are of Asim. What say you? How do you think the people of Asim would respond to having one of their own tried here on the palace with an advocate from not the floating palace? Would this assuage them? Or do you think they would be upset to have one of their own tried here and not there?
You can't try him in either place. You have to show neutrality. Try him on the surface.
On the surface?
Surface. It's a neutral spot. There can be no argument.
Well, the only one who can stand judge on him based on his rank is I.
Who's this, Rax?
No, that's the king.
Okay, yeah, okay.
He may not, any noble can only be tried by someone who outranks them. As the father of you, Lord Tarika, a member of the small council, the Rippenhausens are high-ranking. And so only I may be his judge. We do, however, have to concern ourselves with the people of the floating palace. 2 of their own, 3 of their own, were murdered by this man. And also, our only jump to capable ship before the Gambler, destroyed by this man. They would not look kindly at having him move to Asim, so perhaps the surface may be well enough. Admiral Severance, what say you?
Move.
Mm-hmm. Leash Tarika. And what about you? Admiral Severance, what say you?
I don't think you want to know what I say.
Well, you are now a member of the small council. Well, it's not yet official, but so it is. Of course I want to hear what you have to say.
Well, if we are to do a trial on the surface, then I will not be able to take part in it as advocate, for I will be biased to the surface. So it would not be a neutral zone much longer, or at least it wouldn't be a neutral bias. And also, that's really, that's the safest I could probably speak right now without wanting to hold my tongue.
What if we take it to the stars? What if it is on the Gambler?
On the Gambler? I
Or
must bring up.
perhaps an Asim ship. Apologies, Lord.
Unfortunately, Asim has no jump-capable ships. There are no. Well, there is Ruby's ship. That's what they called him. But I don't know if that would be fitting for a trial. Would that be... How did he get a Jump 1 capable ship, that man? Must have gotten it
Seems
from
interesting considering how many other things he stole, that he also has a Jump 1 capable ship, doesn't it?
somewhere. I'm going to take it that Liege Terka, you will be the complainant in this.
Yes.
Who will be your advocate? You need a noble with the skill of advocacy to stand for you.
Quick question. Does the Harlock have advocacy? Because I know you stood for Terika before.
I know. I don't, though. Not as a skill.
Oh, okay. Who does Terika know on the floating palace that has advocacy?
I mean, I could do it if we're going to be on the surface. I'll do it.
Just have a different hat.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
right.
Ripping you.
I'm
Someone
very
starts to
easily
say
swayed.
something,
I
and
am
then
easily
I
swayed.
object with him.
I object with myself.
No, if there was any way, Harlock was going to like jump into that role, but
Say you
You
just
still
can just
could.
lie about your skills.
You just may
That's all.
suck at it.
Alright.
Yeah.
And so at that point, I think the Harlock would step forward. I have represented Terika before, and I feel it would be appropriate to do so again.
Well then, it is agreed you shall stand as advocate for Liege Terka.
Excuse me.
And if we have this in space, would you then, Admiral Severance, stand for this Rudolph Rucker?
I look at, I think, each one of my crewmates in the eye. Harlock, what are you reading?
I think
What are you?
the Harlock would just super subtly nod a little
Okay.
bit, like in a way that
Yeah.
Severance would notice.
Terika?
Terika. I think Terika is very masked right now, so they would just like do you probably wouldn't read anything off of them.
Sure.
If you could read
Which is
something,
sort of
I think
usually
it's
always how it
probably
is.
not
Yeah.
useful.
Okay. Quint.
Quint is looking like this is a lot that I have no idea of what's really kind of happening because I don't know anything about this judicial system. Quint is paying attention to the conversation and like trying to
Right.
keep up.
Right.
Yeah. Like looking concerned, like Terika's gonna need a good lawyer, but doesn't say anything. Yeah.
Right.
The princess
And-
says, a confession would be quite useful. I would like to request, Father, that I, as the new spy master, be allowed to interrogate this Rudolph Rucker. The king says, you are not officially the new spy master. That position is for Liege Terika to accept or to turn down.
Well, didn't we just say there weren't going to be spy masters involved?
There is, there seems to be a bit of a disagreement about this happening.
Okay. All right.
Because Lord Rax is like, absolutely not.
Tense in
And-
here, anyone?
Yeah.
There's a little bit of
It's like,
tension about
please let me do it for this one time. Yeah. Right. Finally.
this moment.
I do not like that.
What's Val? As I look around the room to sort of read everybody and try to get a better answer. Val, am I reading anything off of you? Are you giving anything?
He's not making eye contact with anybody.
Right.
So I mean, read from that what you would.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
he's
gross.
just not.
After the confession statement, Quint would probably have a look of like, that's a bad idea on her face because we set him up. There's no real confession to be gained. But doesn't say anything, just has like a
Well,
disagree.
I think Tarek
I
would
only set
understand
him
that
up with truths.
I think that Tarek would understand that when the spy master does interrogation, it's a bit different than if Lord Rax did interrogations. Lord Rax, who's sort of like the head sheriff in town, does not ask questions the same way that the spy master would. Uh,
Which one does the
spy
punching?
master.
Would ask questions.
Which one's a good cop?
The sheriff, Lord Rax is the
Rax
good
is
cop.
Thought
good
so.
cop.
Yeah, yeah.
Lord
thought so.
Rax
Okay.
is significantly nicer than the Spy Master.
Yeah.
The spy master's the bad cop. So
yeah. Okay.
there's clearly an issue with Lord Rax clearly thinks that some people, like Tarika, as the deputy spy master who's been sending in reports for the last 8 years, would probably do unethical things that are dishonorable, which is why he's like, no, do not want that involved.
I'll show you unethical. I say yes. I will advocate. I'll advocate for Ruby.
They don't. Yeah.
We'll get unethical as hell.
Yeah, we're about to. Yeah, let's do it. Let's take.
Yeah. I'm going to just note for the
Tarika,
record, this conversation. Wait, can I get an advocate roll from Severance, just if you would
Yes.
please, with a boon?
Just for fun.
While that's happening, every time Rao talks about being the one to interrogate Ruby, she gets a look from Tarika.
I do this with intellect.
Mm-hmm.
14.
Nice.
Baby.
Okay.
That's a crit.
Ooh.
Yes.
Now
a
you
six.
do a crit,
Yeah,
my
that's a
friend.
6 and a 6.
My friend.
Yes.
Baby.
I'm going to tell you something, and then you also get 3 questions you can ask at any time from advocate purposes. Yes. 1. What is happening right now is, shall we say, not exactly according to the books.
Oh yeah, totally.
This is a private meeting with the judge to determine exactly how this trial is going to go.
This is totally not a fair trial, and I love it.
Tarika was never going to let Ruby go into a fair trial. Are you fucking kidding me?
By me being like,
I
I'll
don't
do
think
it,
anybody
was more
wants
of a
that.
joke, and they're like, okay,
No.
all right.
Absolutely not.
So this is about, and you can tell that Lord Rax is very uncomfortable with this conversation. He's not liking how this is going at all.
Have they ever had a trial?
He's not happy with this one because he's the sheriff and he doesn't like it. But this is, there are clearly some political problems, right? One is that legally, this man committed crimes against people on the floating palace. So the floating palace, including beating up Val, which means that floating palace 100% has jurisdiction over these crimes. They have every right to try this person. Also, because he is now a noble, although not technically just yet, but kind of half-half, right? He should not be tried on a seam because nobles have the right to be tried on the floating palace if they so request it. But also, since he's now a noble, right, it's just that's going to be where it is. However, it is politically perhaps not great because Asim he's of Asim and he was a non-noble until like yesterday. And people from Asim might not feel great about one of their own being tried by people far away. Like, what does this mean for the relationship between the people of Asim and the people on Drinax? So even though they do have the right to do
We'll
it.
just make a really long newspaper article about maybe why you shouldn't plot to make yourself nobility through really sketchy means, and then you won't be tried as a noble on Drinax.
That's right.
Also, like, why do a long news article? Put it into all of the news. Everything that he's done, just seed it into everything.
Val's going to step forward.
Nice.
One moment. The one thing I'll tell you is that there are a couple things you have to worry about right now. If he's a noble, you have every right to try him here, but part of the law is, 1, he needs, nobles can only be defended by other nobles, which is, okay, that is what it is. They clearly want somebody based on Tarika's report that is not in any way connected to him in case he's, stacked the deck. Spy masters do a lot of torture, is kind of what they do. So there'd probably be a forced confession, and you know about torture, you can get people to confess to anything, even if it's not true, through a lot of torture. So that was probably what's going on with that. Is now, technically, you're only allowed to send the spy master after people if they are foreign, terrorists, foreign agents, that kind of a thing. As a noble, he would not count. Yeah. As a noble, he would not fall under the category that should be interrogated by the spy master. He's an insider, so
But
now
he has committed treason.
That's the thing.
Yes.
And he threatened
Yes.
Drinax's food source.
Yes. So what I'm saying, it's going to be you can make cases for it, but it's a little dicey. And people who are exceedingly honorable, like Lord Rax, would not be okay with treating him in a way that he's not supposed to be treated. So there's like a little bit of tension around this here. I will also say you have to watch out for something, and that is nobles have the right to trial by combat. Non-nobles do not, but nobles do. And that means that as a noble, he is allowed to demand trial by combat, and he can ask for any person who is also a noble or knighted, who is anybody who's noble or knighted, to be his stand-in. So he could
Does
say,
the person have to accept? Oh, that's not my turn to ask questions.
if that person is higher ranked than him, no. If it is lower ranked than him, yes.
Who would they go up against?
I hate this.
Whoever, well, the complainant is Liege Terrica. So either Liege Terrica or whoever Terrica chooses.
I hate this. Yeah.
That's so I want you to know with that 14, with that extreme success, 'cause that's an extreme success. 1, this is tricky politically. 2, you have every right to do this here. 3, he probably has got some things up his sleeves. 4, there is a real tension going on right now between, let's say, the Rax contingent, which wants to do this.
He doesn't think I'm going to poison him, because I mean, I literally have things up my sleeve.
Yes. Like absolutely legally, right? Legally do this once honorably with chivalry on the up and up. And let's say Princess Rao's side, who thinks that it would be better if we just had a confession. But that's all you know. You've got 3 questions you can hold for later, and I leave it back to you.
Val is going to step forward.
Lord Terrica.
You say that a confession would be advantageous, and he looks at both Rax and the princess, because they both seem to agree on that point, but just not the methodology in which to get it.
And Lord Rax nods with like frustration, not at anybody here, but at the fact that that's true, and he doesn't like it. You know what I mean? Like, he just doesn't like the idea. And Princess Rao's says, yes, the evidence that Liege Terrica has provided is damning, but a confession would help the politics between us and Asim.
Let me talk to him.
Val.
He doesn't look at Terrica.
There's this quiet in the throne room.
You want a confession? I can get it.
Terrica would like to connect with Val psionically and ask him how.
Roll your psionics, please, your telepathy. It's your mind link, which is... You made it. That's all you need for a mind link.
Okay, good.
Spend 1.
How did you make it?
Only needs
It's a
to be
4.
4.
Oh, geez. Okay.
If you telepathically link with somebody else who's telepathic, well, who's psionic, it's only a 4. That's all you need. Getting people who are not psionic, that's a 10. It's really hard to connect to the minds of people who are not psionic. So, you know.
The message Terrica just sent. Oh, wait. Sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say, you reach out. What is the mind space that we see Val in?
He's standing in a kitchen, and the bloody body of June is lying on the floor.
When Terrica walks in, it looks like Terrica, but they are taller than normal, and they have white hair. How are you planning to get a confession from him, Val?
He's arrogant.
You were frozen the last time I saw you near him.
Not this time.
They will like stride across the kitchen. They don't look at the body, but they absolutely like registered the body when they came in.
And the body is the figure you've seen in holographic form. What Sue looks like now.
Will you be okay? I can do this. I can interrogate him. I can get us that confession. You don't have to.
He expects you. He doesn't expect me.
I can be there in the other room for you.
You're always there for me.
Always. As Tarika is talking, their hair, the red starts to bleed into their hair, and the white is going down to the tips.
Do you see
Hey,
what he did?
Tarika, behind Val,
Mm-hmm.
as your hair, right, behind Val, Val can't see this because it's behind Val. You see Lady Hill. And Lady Hill is pacing, not making a sound, just pacing back and forth. Continue on.
Tarika refocuses on Val. What did he say? He said something right before then. What did he say?
Do you see what he did? He's staring at June.
Yeah.
He made me watch. I have to do this.
I know. I'll be there. He's not going to get away with this.
He will not.
They'll like rest one hand on his cheek before returning back to the ballroom. And then they'll just simply say, Lord Tarika is very capable of this.
The princess seems to have some complicated vibes towards Liege Tarika, is I think the best way I can put this. And the princess speaks up and says, there's a pause as if she doesn't know if she should say something or not in public in front of everyone. And then decides to, and says, with all due respect, we understand, Father, that Lady Hill's loyalty to Drinax was somewhat in question. That her love of her family was greater than her love of her kingdom, as evidenced by this marriage brokered between this imperial duke and Liege Tarika, and perhaps some other things. We also know that Lady Hill's methods were not always honorable. And we also know, disappointingly, that Liege Tarika has been following in their mother's footsteps quite closely for the last 8 years. I do not think it wise to allow Liege Tarika any extra access or rights in this matter.
Your
Despite
Majesty.
the fact. Despite the fact that I broke off the engagement with Lord Hendricks?
Your Majesty, if I may, I would hate, and shoots a look at the princess, I would hate to break protocol, of course, but if I'm hearing correctly, it seems that perhaps someone seems to question your choice in who to trust within the room.
The king laughs. Ha ha! I do not worry about protocol so much when we are just all amongst ourselves. And it is true, I have had some questions about Lady Hill and her associates.
If I might, as we all know, Terika is not Lady Hill, and Terika is here by your personal request, whom we know that there is no wiser perspective.
Yes, she is partly here due to her skill. Princess Rao sits here with me because of her skill and her wisdom. And she has indeed been vying for the position that they are by rights entitled to. And she has been vocal in her disapproval of the ways in which they have been conducting business over the last 8 years. However, tradition is everything. And while I do have my own concerns about the legacy of Hill and the ways in which Liege Terika has been following those footsteps, I also understand that tradition matters. And he looks at the princess. Tradition matters much. We do not have factories. We do not have sometimes food. But what we do have is tradition. And the Rapenhausen line has been spy masters for well over 200 years, 300 years. And they have always been effective. And more importantly, Liege Terika has been doing the job, has been reporting in, has been giving us intel, and this intel has been invaluable to keeping Drinax safe. And then Lord Rax
Well,
says, "But at what cost?" says Lord Rax. "Dishonor?"
I would venture, Lord Rax, I would venture to say that given that Terika is a vital part of this upcoming case, and given that they have lost both, and like kind of spits at it, Lord Rex,
Yeah.
of their parents. Let's that sit for a second. I would say there is almost, and then kind of shoots a look at Bell, no one who is more warranted in being a central party to this happening.
Lord Rax says, "I would personally approve of Lord Terika making this interrogation only if I get to have a conversation with Lord Terika first to determine his chivalry. And I would want him inducted into the Star Guard first, so that he bears the honor of the Star Guard with him at all times. I
Well,
think
he
that
did
if
take
he
the
were
test.
a member of the Star Guard rather than a member of solely the Hills side of the Rapenhausen line, that would go a long way to assuage my concerns."
Val, and Harlock would pass it off.
Val is furious, but he just nods.
"Well," the king says, "he has passed the test. He may join the Star Guard and follow with its chivalry and honor. He will also, of course, be knighted in addition. And if having a member of the Star Guard with their chivalry do this questioning, therefore I'm going to assume you mean, Lord Rax, that you want Lord Terrica to be aligned with you in this questioning. Under the Star God rather than under the Spy Master in this questioning, does that you approve, Liege Terrica?
I would like to be present behind the mirror.
Princess Rao says, as would I. Well, the more the merrier. All right, it is done. There is just one hook. We will have Liege Terrica as the complainant. We will have the Harlock as the advocate for Liege Terrica. We will have Admiral Severance. Oh, I don't think I've told you. You're getting a promotion. As the advocate for the accused, and as a member of the Star Guard, the judiciary of the Star Guard, we will have Lord Terrica do the questioning of this traitor.
Who just got promoted?
Severance.
You're an admiral now.
You're an admiral now.
A real
It's
life
not yet
admiral.
official, but
Officially.
Yes. Not a claim
I think
title.
he
a
also
real
is like,
title.
right, that's what I've been saying. But to what?
So, there is one tricky bit, of course, and that is, for all of this to work, we must make all of this official. We're going to need the wedding between you two. Princess Rao looks upset. We're going to need the investiture of, well, all of you.
Surely not tonight. Surely sleep would be valuable.
Well, then tomorrow. Don't worry,
would like
Ruby
to
is sitting in the gravity cages. He's not going anywhere. And Lord Rax says, Your Highness, I must object. The gravity cages is not where a noble should be kept before the trial. That is for non-noble prisoners.
Lord Rax, he threatened Drinax's food.
It is, however, the law. It's not proper to keep him in the gravity cages as a noble.
Please tell me the gravity cages are just regular cages, but they're stuck upside down.
Just
They're hanging from the bottom of the palace, aren't they?
Hang from
Oh,
the
yeah,
bottom
yeah,
of
yeah,
the
yeah.
palace. And the palace
Yeah.
is lifted through gravity, so it's actually quite uncomfortable. Quite
Oh
uncomfortable.
no!
I think you should just sit there. For a
I think he should
while.
sit there too. That's what Terrica's advocating for. Motherfucker threatened us.
And Lord Rex says, I don't like it myself, but it is the law. We cannot have a noble sitting in the gravity cages before he's been convicted of anything. It
So
isn't
perhaps
right.
you would want to keep an eye on him and make sure that he's not able to get away. And
Might I also chime in? That means no one ever else at all, anyone here on the floating palace would be ever involved in these gravity cages, nor can ever be condemned in crime because we're all nobles here.
Well, he can go to the gravity cages after he's been convicted. That will most likely be his sentence. But there's courtesy done to nobles.
Technically, there's been no investiture yet, so he's not technically officially invested. So, yet. This is the first time Quint has spoken up about anything.
Right.
And
And Jericho will
Rao-
just be like, that is an excellent point.
And Princess Rouse nods to Quint and says, This is true, Lord Rax. This Soleimani speaks accurately. We don't have to give him that courtesy exactly at this moment. Lord Rax is not happy about it.
We're following it to the letter of the law, Lord
Yes.
Rex. If you want the law, we'll do it to the letter.
Well, until we get
Lord
to
Rex
the
isn't
whole-
going to be happy about anything. I mean, there's no point in trying to make him happy.
Just whatever gets him out of those
Different
gravity
thing.
cages, do that step last. Yeah.
Yeah. The investiture happens last.
Val would step forward and, in addressing the nobles present, he would kind of show a little deference to Rax as he says, as both a native of Asim, I can
Seaman.
Seaman,
Thank
can
you.
I meet with him? If anything, I can verify that he is secure in these cages should there ever be any question as to his treatment.
And Lord Rax says, Yes, I feel like making sure that his treatment is proper, chivalrous is important. And he
I will bear witness.
gives kind of dirty looks to Tarika on this one.
And Val just goes there and turns. Oops! I bumped the control my way up, and I turned it to maximum, and now he's paced. Oh, my bad.
Doodle daisy.
Yes.
Well, on the surface, they love paste, so.
Good news. Hey, it's high
Who
in
doesn't
protein,
love
too.
paste?
Orbital drop incoming.
Everybody seems to agree that this seems fair. Well, I hate to go and make a rush of things, but how do we say we have the wedding and investiture tomorrow night? So we may get this underway.
And knighting.
Well, yes, we will be knighting, of course, Lord Tarika.
And
Lord
knighting.
Yes,
I have a squire that needs knighting. He's from Drinax of Vespexers, and he deserves a knighting.
Oh,
And I wish to knight him.
well,
would prefer the
Admiral
company.
Severance, of course. One thing we must discuss, if he
What
goes
was
and
that, Val? What did you
advocates
say?
for some sort of trial by combat, I don't know who he will name, but who, Liege Tarika, will you name? Do we need to organize something? Do I need to knight someone?
I'm going to be knighting someone. I've got somebody if you need.
No,
There.
Is
Okay.
your
I know who I'll choose. No one needs to be knighted.
You're not going to do it yourself, will you, Liege Tarika?
Knight him? No.
No, fight him.
No. Absolutely not.
And the Princess Rouse says, look at the optics whoever you choose. Whoever you choose, it will be reported on. It will have to look good. We'll have to assuage the Asemen. I don't want them. I have worked very hard to integrate Asemen to Drinax. I would not like that ruined by the
I would
behavior
not ruin
of the
what you have built.
Ravenhausens.
I would not ruin what you have built.
Then, are we agreed? Well, if I don't have to knight anyone for this thing, then I think we are fine. Huh.
Knight anyone
All of
extra.
this- Anyone extra? Well, I will knight your fellow. So, I see some new people. Let's begin. You, Solomani, who are you?
Sorry, I was
This
not
is Rax?
expecting that.
Well, this is the king.
This is
That was the king.
All right. Keep forgetting.
The king
Keep
is
thinking
base
Rex.
here.
King is Rex.
And would perform a Solomani bow.
Mm.
Yes.
And you are.
Quint Vesper.
Quint Vesper.
Gunner on the. Yes.
Step forward. Quint
Your
Vesper.
Majesty, they're a spy. So keep your wits about you.
Listen,
What is
they
this?
are no longer a spy. Quint is a
That's
fantastic
what spies
pilot
want you to think.
and
Tara.
an excellent gunner. Severance,
I am just
Small
trying to be
pilot.
safe.
you have not been around for the last 2 months. I have.
Okay,
I
all
have
right,
seen what he
Medea.
is
I didn't know I
capable.
brought Medea back from the surface.
Medea, I am not your sister. Thank you very much.
You're acting
I'm
like
trying to say Quint has proven himself time and time again. I do not believe Quint is a spy.
That's what spies want you to think. Anyway,
Severance, I swear to God.
Admiral Severance,
Yes.
should this person be arrested for espionage?
not yet. But be ready.
I will not have someone working against Drinax on our flagship. If they are a spy, they
Nor
should
will
be
I.
tried.
Quint is not working against Drinax.
Your Highness, Quint has proven themselves invaluable during our missions thus far.
Your Highness, everyone thinks that Quint is not a spy, but I know that they were once a spy, which makes me think that they still could be a spy. I'm just being safe. We don't need to try them, but
We will
if something
keep a
does
close
happen,
eye upon them.
I get the royal ability to say, I told you so.
If this is a spy, this is a matter of the spy master to interrogate this person.
Ooh, okay, all right. That's fun. How do you think about that, Quint?
They shall have to be
Quint
arrested.
just has a very tired look on her face.
We shall have to
Cobwebs off
arrest
the old
this one
spy v spy.
and have the spy master interrogate them to find out if they are indeed spying, if they are treasonous. Admiral, thank you for your intelligence.
You're welcome, always. It is a gift and also a burden.
We will need to arrest this one and keep them in the hold. In the gravity cages until they can be questioned by the spy master, which means we will need to decide who the spy master is sooner rather than later. Guards, and 2 guards come in from outside. We are to arrest this one on espionage.
Alleged espionage.
Well, you have accused this one.
Exactly.
What? What was this?
You have accused this one of espionage, and so it must be
I
investigated.
have questioned and also let you know that they were once a spy.
You have
So
said
by
they
your
are a
own
spy.
admittance, right now, they are not a spy.
Were a spy. But
Admiral.
spies won't tell you that they're a spy. Am I right?
Admiral,
Yes.
Also, Your Royal Highness, with all
Yes.
due respect, Quint defected. They left behind their crew entirely. They came onto our ship at Severance's request. Sire, I can assure you, after the last 2 months spent with Quint on board, watching the way that they handled the gambler, the way that they ensured that the ship hold was full, the way that they took care of every single person on the crew, and considering my extensive background, I can assure you, Quint is not a spy.
Liege Terrica, you must understand that there is protocol, and if a noble accuses someone of espionage, that must be taken seriously. I'm inclined, and he stops because he clearly does not want to say any favorites amongst nobles in the court. There is protocol. With an accusation made, it must be followed up on. And Admiral Severance has made an accusation. But we must take the word of a noble seriously. Every noble.
Especially a Drinaxian noble. More so.
If you'll excuse me, Quint Vesper, you are under arrest. You will be investigated for espionage.
One request before before you take them off. Excuse me. I believe it would be best if you just bring them. Is there a separate cell or a cell block where the non-Drinaxian nobles go?
Yes, the gravity cages.
Yes, but is there a separate area? Because I'm thinking that this dastardly off-planet spy should be within the same residence and under the same wardship as Ruby.
And Lord Resh says, Your Highness, this is ridiculous. We can't do that.
Why not?
Is this a kill him in prison? Is this
Take care of our problems.
kill
We
him
could
in
do this
prison,
legally,
Quint?
or you could just kill him.
That's what I'm doing.
Oh no, it was self-defense!
Oh, he came at me.
Upside down gravity fight. Here we go.
The gravity cages, I'm afraid, are single cells. Guards, if you would take...
What about
would
next?
only
Is
with
there a
that kind of
gravity
attitude.
yard that they all go to, or a gravity cafeteria?
Guards are...
I'd like to
going
hear more about
take-
these gravity showers.
The guards are going to
that's the
stand
shower.
on either side of Quint, and they're going to take Quint away.
As close as you can, as close as you can to Ruby, so we can try them at the same time. It'll be very easy, and we won't have to go walking across the entire ungravity hall to get the other one. They'll be right next to each other. Be very efficient.
Quint's just like, yep, not a noble. They never even asked me. Checks out.
Nope.
Yep. Let's go.
Didn't ask, not once. And the king is like, out of respect for you, Liege Tarika, we will keep this Quint Vesper in palace cells, not the gravity cages.
Thank you,
They
Your
are
Highness.
not
I
that
appreciate
pleasant.
it.
Unless we were thinking it was a good idea. Unless they've done some crazy spy stuff.
What stuff, Severance?
Yeah, I don't think Quint has said any spy stories to any of y'all.
No.
Hey, all of it's in there. All of it's in here, all the stories.
The Harlock knows.
All right, you. And
I
points to
wouldn't know
the
because they never told
barker.
me.
What are you? My Your Majesty, you can call me Evan. What? Step forward, Evan. Who will speak for this Evan?
I will.
Please, make your recommendation.
Yes. Well, during our time initially, we were not sufficiently able to focus on our work and also adequately feed ourselves and take care of any passengers we might have. And as a wonderful, and looks at Evan, steward, this has been a great asset to our crew.
Do you, Evan, pledge your loyalty to Drinax, the kingdom of Drinax, to serve her with all that would be you? And Evan, this is not the person to ask first, right? This is not the person to ask if he would pledge himself to this place. And he looks a bit,
Hey, at least he gets to that question.
the king was going to ask you that, and then was going to knight you, but you got arrested instead.
Nice. It's asked first, but not being sent to a gravity prison, so.
So Evan just kind of looks not quite certain what to do, because this was not the last conversation he had with you all.
Your Highness, if I may. Evan is currently on a mental sabbatical.
What does this mean?
Well, as Greg, don't you give me that look. As well, you know, there has been, much like Drinax has experienced, a great amount of prejudice from small-minded individuals outside of the sphere. Well, as you may know, the Vargar have also experienced such things, and our Evan is no different. And so it is with the utmost respect that we are allowing him to take a moment to, and I'm sure you will understand this, find himself.
What does this mean? The mission we are upon, that you are upon, is of utmost secrecy and importance. Is he with us or no? You, Evan, are you with us or no?
Don't say no so harshly. Are you with us or not? No is one of those words that he knows really well and doesn't like. You're a good boy.
He was asked a little bit too early, so I'm going to need somebody to make a morale roll. For
What about
him.
leadership? Leadership?
Ooh,
Leadership?
yeah.
Make it. Yes. Please
Which,
do.
Also, I would like to say, for that horrendous word salad that I just gave, I feel
Word
like
salad.
I feel like at least "Are you with us or no" is better than "Do you pledge your undying allegiance to Drinax?"
Yes.
So-
Yes.
Word
You get this.
salad.
You get this at a boon because of your relationship with Evan.
Thank you.
God, that's so-
Okay. Let's do a little of this.
Because the last... Oh,
That's a 10 on
that
leadership.
is a 10. The last time you spoke with Evan, he's like, I'm out of here because I don't want to be a pirate.
But he said he'd hang out for a minute.
He did say he'd hang out because he may not have wanted to trying to find a way in, right? He wanted to be convinced to stay because he wasn't feeling it.
I'm trying to show also that the Harlock is going to respect his,
Yes.
And also possibly show that people underestimate and judge Drinax all the time. We have something in common here. Not me, but like you guys have something in common.
I see it. You succeed on that leadership role. It was actually a 10. 8 is average, but 10 is difficult, and it would have been difficult to convince him to say something in this moment. And he just looks at Harlock. He says, I'm with the Harlock and this crew. The king goes, good! Then step forward and be knighted. Years.
I think as he passes by, the Harlock will like kind of give it a little scratch like on the shoulder.
And Evan kneels, very unhappy. And the king says, well, I, as the king of Drinax, do hereby knight you. Evan, you are now a knight of the kingdom of Drinax. You, someone give me my sword. Where's my sword? And the princess is like, and she goes and she gets this like massively huge two-handed sword, far too impractical, very, very old, a little bit ridiculous, hands it over to him, picks it up and he goes, you are now a citizen of Drinax and covered under our protection. I now knight you, Sir Evan, envoy to Drinax. You may rise, pledge yourself. Gets up and walks back. All right. You, who are you? And Wesley's like, Wesley Jones, sir? Step forward. Wesley Jones. By your accent, I can tell you are what? Imperial? Yes, sir. Well, no longer do you pledge yourself to the kingdom of Drinax, to become a citizen of Drinax and to fight for Drinax out in the stars. If so, kneel to be knighted.
It wasn't this one. It was Malcolm.
Terica will give him a nod. That's not like do it, but is more like whatever choice you do, what you decide, I will support you. Kind of nod.
Oh, sorry. And I try to like move Wesley out of the way, and then I try to like just usher Malcolm in. There we go. Sorry, Malcolm, just kneel.
And Malcolm's like, sir, I am of Drinax, and I pledge my loyalty to Drinax, and if there's something that Sir Severance needs, I
Sorry,
will
Your
always
Majesty.
do it.
It was Malcolm. It was this guy. This is one. Yes.
Well, kneel, Malcolm. And Malcolm kneels. And the king, huge sword. If you pledge yourself, you are now, well, you've always been a citizen of Drinax, but now you are knighted. Sir Malcolm, envoy to Drinax. And knights with this massively huge sword. And Malcolm stands up and is just like beaming, like this is like the best day of his entire life, and stands right behind Severance, like one step behind and to the left.
Clap Malcolm on the shoulder. Give him a look of approval.
And he's just like so excited. And
right.
Wesley's like, all right,
Terica will like step forward with Wesley, and they will say, in addition to all of his service on the Gambler, his exemplary ability to pick up and understand engineering, learn exactly how the wires should connect, what to do when the vortex spins counter instead of clockwise. He is also my ward.
Oh. And there's this like slightly weird tone, and in this moment, and the king says, I understand this has not been made official, and I'm sorry that Lord Hill's not here to do so. That was his job, and we do not yet have a replacement for him. Well, Wesley, ward of Terrica, do you pledge yourself to Drinax? And Wesley's like, yes, sir? Your Highness? Well then, I knight you. Sir Wesley of Terrica, envoy of Drinax. Looks around. Well, the Harlock. We do not yet have an investiture for you in this way, but we may knight you if you so desire.
I would be honored, Your Majesty.
And Princess Rao seems especially pleased by this news, as if perhaps this might have been her idea.
That makes me not want to do it.
Who will speak for the Harlock?
I will. And then after Terrica says that, they stop, take a step back, and just look at Severance.
Oh,
Admiral,
yes?
will
What?
you speak for the Harlock?
Erica, you just said you would.
Would you rather?
If no one wants to, I can speak for myself.
It's not tradition.
You
Val would
are-
definitely take a step forward, but he's looking over at the other two like, figure out your
Okay.
shit.
Terrica will just, like when Val steps forward, Terrica will also just step forward and they will say, the Harlock has been an exemplary captain to the Gambler. She has shown in every way to be level-headed and cool, to lead the entire team with ability, with strength, and with reason.
Good. The Harlock. I will not take your citizenship from your home, but do you accept this knighthood to defend Drinax?
I do.
And
And
so,
would kneel down.
massive sword, shoulders. It's really as Final Fantasy sword that just should not even
Yay!
be, is what it is.
But with actual gravity physics.
With actual
Yeah,
gravity
right.
physics, there may be
Oh.
some gravity, like anti-grav pads in there.
There's,
Let me just
there's
put this up.
tiny little, there are tiny little gravity jets on
Yeah.
the end of the sword.
Actuators, yeah. And little, yeah. Inertia dampeners.
You are now knighted. Dame the Harlock,
The honor is mine.
knight of Drinax.
And would return back to the gang.
Mm.
And then kind of also look at Terrica with an appreciative expression.
Terrica would just nod back. I don't think any emotion that you're seeing from Terrica's an accident at this point.
Lord Terrica, there is an investiture for you after the wedding, but I would like in this moment, as you'll be joining the Star Guard, to knight you as well. Please step forward.
Val does.
Who will speak for our good doctor? And Princess Rao steps forward. I would
Terrica
like to
would
speak for
step
him.
forward at the same time, and then when Princess Rao does, they'll stop and just be looking straight at Rao with this look of like, what are you doing?
And step on her foot.
And Princess Rao
Claw her
says,
eyes out.
I would like to speak for the doctor. I think it would be good for someone less biased to stand for him. Someone more honorable. Dr. Valentine Morrissey, now known as Lord Terrica, is a child of Asim, one of the first class of those from Asim to come to the palace to study. He left Asim, the planet that saved all of us on this planet, in the palace and on the surface, and came here. He studied here, Scholar Voha, the Scholar's Tower, exemplary. He, in addition, is the child of the great artist, June Valentine, who was the sculptor who made the first work of art brought to the royal palace in hundreds of years, 200 years to be exact, the first work of art brought to this place since the destruction. This doctor has stayed with us in the floating palace, and he has healed those here with us. He has brought his great heart to serve the people of Drinax in the floating palace with honor, with dignity. He is a healer. He is a good man. And he, out of everyone, should be gifted this knighthood for service to Drinax, not just on the Gambler, but for the last 12 years. I, Princess, speak for him as one of the sons of Asim. He says, well then, it is done. Lord Taraka, son of Asim, do you accept this knighthood?
Val doesn't say anything, but he nods, adding the appropriate, dance movements in with it. But his eyes are locked on the princess. And when he kneels in her direction. And when he bows his head, he bows, but his eyes remain on her. And he says, for what you said for my mother, this is an honor.
She nods. She seems to be you're getting very positive vibes from the princess towards you, Val. There might be a little bit of a complication that's directed somewhere else, but she seems to be very proud of Val's presence here. King says, well then, huge sword.
She just told Val everything he needs to know.
And you, Lord Taraka, I suppose I could say the whole thing, Lord Valentine Morrissey of Taraka, soon to be officer in the Star Guard, we should do that soon, soon to be invested. As nobility officially within the Drinaxian court, you are knighted to be a defender of Drinax and an envoy of the kingdom. May rise.
He does so, but his eyes continue to linger on the princess.
And she nods appreciatively. Now, Admiral Severance, you do not need to be knighted, as you've already been knighted by the Vespexers, which leaves, and he looks around, I imagine, Liege Taraka. The Hills have never been knighted before. That does not seem to be their preference. I assume, to follow in your mother's footsteps, you too do not wish to be knighted. Is that so?
I do not follow Lady Hill's footsteps. And when Taraka says that, they look at Rao.
Rao looks very doubtful. And looks very doubtful at that moment. As if, that seems like
Taraka,
something that a Hill would
I
say.
think knows at this point. I think Taraka knows what happened at this point. Or at least they have an idea.
Do you wish to be knighted? And Lord Rax says, I would object to that, Your Highness. Liege Taraka, following the footsteps of Lady Hill, as has been demonstrated time and time again, works in the shadows and not in the sun. And those who work in the shadows should not be knighted. Being a knight is something of chivalry and of honor. I would further note my objection to knighting this crew of pirates. Piracy is not honorable, but I understand why you have done so, Your Highness, and I follow your wisdom. However, I do object to a child of Hill being knighted. It does disrespect to all chivalry.
Your Highness, the disrespect of a family carried from parent to child is the most dishonorable thing on a seam. I'm not sure how you treat it here in the Floating Palace, but I would ask Lord Rax to point to Lady Hill so he may throw his condemnation her way.
And Lord
Oh,
Rax
that's
says,
right. She died under your watch. Let's ask her husband. He died under your watch.
He
I
was
wonder
going to
where
say
the
something,
dishonor lies in
but he
this
can't now.
room.
He was going to say something, but the minute you said that, that shut him down completely. Like he was about to come back, but the minute you said that, it's really quiet. Well, Lord Terrica seems to have a point. I will assume, since you say nothing, that you have withdrawn your objection. Liege Terrica, do you wish to be knighted in the chivalric honor? As your father had been.
It would be my honor.
Then step forward.
Terrica's steps forward are intentional, but slow. And their shoulders are very set.
Who will speak for Liege Terrica?
Oh, please.
I think the Harlock would look at Severance.
To be fair, I think that at this point, Val would look at the Harlock, would look at Evan, would look at Wesley, would look at Malcolm, and then look at Severance. And I think he would just gesture for everybody to step forward.
Yeah, everyone steps forward.
Yeah.
Evan,
I was just thinking that.
Wesley steps forward even before you have to look, but he doesn't know if he should
Wesley,
say
okay.
anything.
Wesley, you say.
Yeah. Wesley steps forward, but then everybody steps like that one beat first, and then everybody steps forward when, except for Malcolm, who is a beat later because he only steps forward because Severance steps forward.
You need to fill the space.
I don't step forward.
And then
'cause
somewhere
you're in
Quinn
prison.
steps forward.
You're
in a
steps
garbage
forward
can
into
somewhere.
a cell.
In the trash compactor under the palace, Quinn steps
Wesley
forward.
goes, "Can I speak, please?" Well, if you so desire. Liege Terrica and Val, Sir Val, Lord Terrica.
You got it right the first time.
I was kidnapped from some ship, and I didn't realize it because I didn't know there was kidnappers, but Val saved me, and since then this whole crew have been standing for me, and Quint too. Quint's really decent person. He's helped me out a lot too, and anyway, Liege Terrica became my ward when I didn't have anybody because my dad's dead and my mom is not really. Anyway, I needed help, and Terrica did the right thing and is brave, and I don't have the right words. Just is a good team member and has taught me a lot, and the whole crew has, and is one of the most noble people I ever known. Terrica's always been noble and has always made sure that on the ship we did the right thing, and always honest. And I don't know anybody. I've read a lot of stories about knights and what they do and chivalry and all that, and Terrica embodies that a whole bunch out of everybody I know. So I just hope that's. Thank you, Your Highness. And Wesley steps back. think it might be fitting if their consort, Lord Terka, says a word.
You like to put diamonds in your palace, gold on your walls, and art in every corner. Your greatest treasure stands before you waiting to be knighted. Those are all the words I'll share.
Well then. Liege Terka, in this day, I will knight you as I knighted your father. With this, you are now a knight of Drinax, envoy to Drinax. You may rise.
Thank you, Your Highness.
Now, all of that said, what is happening with our plan?
We have begun to make connections. What plan? I'm sorry, Your Highness. Dirka will just like step back and then they'll like take a second and compose themselves.
Well, it seems as if this is a slightly emotional moment. I will tell you what, we shall reconvene. Go and sleep, all of you knights, and we shall make all of our ceremonies tomorrow night. We shall have our wedding, official wedding. I wish Lord Hill were here. He does all this paperwork, but we'll see who's available. But we shall have the wedding, we shall have the investiture, we shall have the promotion. We shall do everything tomorrow night. And then
There
that
goes Rags.
done, Lord Terka, we shall turn you over to that man to question. Honorably, he says to Lord Rax, so that Lord Rax does not object. Lord Terka, you should spend some time with Lord Rax tomorrow, getting ready for the ceremony and speaking about the Star Guard. And we shall speak with all of you. I'll expect a full report. That said, we're all dismissed. Oh, what is this about this professor? He says he wants to meet with us all secretly. We'll put that off. The Harlock. There is someone from the palace who wishes to meet with you. Zodani.
Is there?
Yes. They just arrived.
Ah, well, I shall confer with them.
They are in the ambassadors section. I'm sure it is. They said it was somewhat urgent, but I don't think it's nearly as urgent as the things we have on call. Nonetheless, you are all dismissed. Welcome, all of you, envoys of Drinax.
Dirka will do like the appropriate bows and then they'll look at Rao and say, Your Royal Highness, if I may have a word.
You may, she says, as everyone begins to head back towards the Gambler. That's where you will sleep. Leaving, the princess leads Terika to one of the side rooms, off to the side. And once the door shuts, she turns to Terika and says, Yes.
You want to be the spy master.
Better I do it than you.
Did she train you?
She certainly trained you.
What did you hear?
Enough.
That's not an answer. She lies for a living.
I read your reports.
I didn't send any reports, Rao. Your Highness.
Of course you did. I know you're writing. I saw the reports. Everywhere you went, you got a report from. And your intel was very, very good. It is much appreciated for service to the floating palace. You took the Avasa, and you took it with permission of the spy master to do your work for her, and you sent back intel at every port, and it was useful.
The Avasa was transferred into my name on my 22nd birthday, and I ran.
Didn't. Served her.
No, I didn't.
We have...
I didn't. If you don't believe me, I don't know what else to tell you.
You told me not to trust her. So I took the training that was useful. And then you went and you served her yourself.
I didn't.
How do you explain everything that has happened the last 8 years? All of your reports, the fact that you never responded to any of the messages that I've sent?
I never... You sent messages?
Of course
Through
I sent
her?
messages. No.
I never got any messages from you. I only got messages from her, and I burned every single one of them.
Your mother is a cancer from a floating palace. And I would rather die than have someone loyal to her be our spy master.
I'm so relieved that you know what she was.
What you both are. What you became.
I didn't send those reports. I don't have any network of contacts out there, Rao.
You have to understand what it looks like. Not only have we received reports from you regularly, you didn't contact us any other way, and then you provide a report on this traitor, this treasonous dog, just like your mother. Everything about this says that yes, you are exactly like your mother.
It was
And
her report. She was trying to discredit Val.
If you ran with that ship,
I know.
the only ship we had,
I know.
you sent back intel and also money.
Of course I sent back money. How could I not? This is my home and we need it. So anytime we had extra, of course I sent it back to you.
You became very cold. You spent all of your time with her.
She was using me to get to you. It took me a while to figure it out. I'm sorry. And I'm sorry I just dropped off the map like that. But I didn't know what else to do.
I have worked so hard to bring a seam into the kingdom, to integrate it. You know how hard I worked. From the time I was 14 years old, 12.
I know.
You shut me out.
I'm sorry. I thought I had to protect you, to protect me.
Everyone has heard stories of you from your mother. The last 8 years about your victories, your loyalty. Great apprentice spy master.
God.
You've
Of course she would do that.
And how you were ready to take over. Just as she would. That means torture.
I know exactly what that means.
I think you understand that that's not the kind of Drinax that I want.
So you're not going to torture anyone? You're not going to use her methods?
Why would I use her methods? Everything about her. Will I lie and cheat to keep this place safe? Yes. But unlike your mother, I'm not a sociopath. I'm sorry to speak ill of the dead.
Don't bother. She could have died sooner.
I hope that you will retract your desire to be spy master.
I needed to know it wouldn't corrupt you. Ruby is very dangerous.
Ruby, if your love something, and get a confession, that would be much easier for us politically.
I think Val can do it.
I trust you. Well, trust your judgment. I still keep the ring.
Terrica will just like take the ring off of their thumb. They'll like just turn it over their thumb and then drop their hands back into like a folded.
You have to know my brother is going to try to ruin everything.
What would he want to ruin?
Everything.
Right, but specifically?
He doesn't believe in the mission. He doesn't believe that being a privateer is honorable. He is talking.
Neither does Lord Rax.
No, he doesn't. Nor do his supporters.
No. Is it the entire crew that popped Lord Hill?
Yes.
Okay.
They are very loyal to the prince.
They would be.
Do not like this. So, you should know this is a dangerous, precarious position we're in. We need wins, victories.
What wins do you want, Ro?
More money so we can try to fix things to show them that it's working.
Yeah. Ships?
Ships. We need to give them hope.
Yeah.
My father is still in mourning. I've built a network. But
How are you?
it's difficult. Especially seeing you again.
Sorry.
You should get back to your husband, I guess.
Yeah. I need to talk with him about that.
Also, Admiral Severance. He isn't married, correct?
Correct. As far as I know. Who knows, though, what Lady Hill did? Did you know that she had me engaged to 2 different people?
No.
That's what I found out. On that 16th birthday, I found out about the first engagement.
What first engagement?
Richter Grahai.
Victor Grahai. That's a bad idea. So it's far too young to be engaged.
He's very charming.
He's old Sindal, and that's not what we need.
I know. It's the last thing we need. Honestly, it's the absolute last thing any of us needs. I know you can't believe me. Not with all the evidence, not with reports in my literal handwriting.
And your cadence, the words you would use.
I'm sure they were from her.
Maybe. I don't want that for Drinax, Mother.
I don't want it for Drinax either. I don't want that for Drinax at all. I don't want to be Spy Master Rao.
Right.
But I
Just
want
so you
Ruby
know.
nailed to the wall.
Well, obviously. Just so you know, it was me. I was the one who advocated for you to be on the Gambler.
You did?
Yes.
Why?
Well, it was a way to get you out of, stop you from being an assistant spy master in one way. Give you a different mission.
Thank you.
Go be with your husband. To talk with my father.
Thank
Lord
you for
Rax
speaking up
also
for him.
believes everything. None
I'm
of the
sure
crew.
a lot of people do.
Everyone does. It's what kept you safe, I imagine, and it's why everyone's accepting you so easily back. If they thought you ran, that would be different. Yes, in some ways, your mother was protecting you.
Lady Hill was protecting her legacy.
Imagine. It was good to see you again.
It's good to see you too.
You will have problems with them. They're
What?
working to undermine you,
Me specifically, or the entire Gamblers?
both. Well, as much as they can work to undermine you while staying honorable, which is not going to be that effective, to be honest. Because they don't cheat or lie.
Oh, I suppose there's that.
But they will speak
I'm
against
so
you.
tired.
I would invite you to stay, but I know you won't.
Oh. I should go back to the Gambler.
Yes, I imagine you should. Though, I would have invited you to stay. Race bolts.
I love Val.
Obviously. Glad to see that it wasn't true. But everyone believes that it.
Sorry, my ear set totally died there for a second.
So, I will see you at the wedding tomorrow.
Yeah. Thanks for believing me.
Well, of course. Much nicer to believe that you just abandoned me rather than followed in your mother's footsteps.
Marginally, I suppose.
Marginally. Farewell, liege Terrica.
Just Terrica.
I'm afraid that's not in your control anymore.
Yeah. I know.
Wish you luck.
Good luck to you too. We're gonna try and make this plan work. And then Terrica will take a step forward as if they're gonna give Rao a hug, but they won't actually give Rao a hug unless Rao acts like they are okay with a hug. Like she is okay with a hug.
And Rao is on the verge of tears and just turns away as if it would be too painful.
Terrica will pick up their jacket and they will leave a silver handkerchief on the table before they leave.
And that is the end of our session, everyone. We have two folks to give our outros to, and we're going to have them because other folks had to go. But that's our episode, everybody. We're gonna head out. And so, my friends, that was chat. I need a episode title. Episode title for you all. This was an amazing episode. Thank you, everybody. I suppose we have a wedding in 2 weeks. I guess. I mean, I don't know. I can't say. Could we, at this moment, have each one of our 2 remaining players that I've not killed say who they are, where we can find them next, and then to give some love?
You want to go first?
No, I want Trooper to pick.
Oh yeah, perfect. Trooper, you pick.
He always does.
Lindy.
He doesn't make it roulette ever. What's he trying to
That's
do this
true.
time? Pull some
That's
shenanigans, please.
Yeah, how are
always
we
trying to pull
supposed to
shenanigans.
choose between
No,
them?
you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
Lindy,
Thank you. Hi.
who I love,
It's-
who I laugh with, who I Lindy
Yes. All of these things are true. Hi, I'm Lindy. Laugh, love, Lindy. And I'm in prison. I'm under palace arrest, which is arguably going to be more comfortable than sharing being bunkmates with Wesley back on the Gambler. So, am I losing? I don't know. We'll find out. Depends on who does my interrogating, I guess.
with. The Spy Master should do that, actually.
Great. Can't wait to find out who that is. Maybe I'll miss the wedding. I don't know. I just know that this trooper's probably going to use this opportunity to corner me because it's
Yes.
hard to escape out of palace prison.
Yes. Yes, I
I'd say
will.
impossible, but
Yes,
I
I
have
will.
a very fancy arm. So
Yes.
I used
There
to kill a lot of
is-
people and I would not be
Yeah.
welcome back. So
Yeah. No,
I'd have to
no.
steal the stealth ship. It'd be bad.
Yeah. Duke Hendricks is going to find out about you being in prison. Is not going to be happy. He's going to want to come and see you
Yeah.
immediately.
Oh, well, and I
Immediately.
can't. And as a prisoner, you can't
Yep.
really turn down visitors. They're just like,
Yep.
someone's here to see you, and you're like,
Yep.
great.
Yep.
You can't be like, I don't want to see them. That's
Nope.
not how that works.
Nope. You are not getting out of this scene with Duke Hendricks.
Oh,
I gotcha.
you got me. You got me. Severance is trying to get me to gravity prison shower shank Ruby, but instead, I get cornered with conversation. Ew.
You knew it was coming. You knew it was coming.
Oh, as soon as I heard prison, I was like, shit, that's when Hendrix is gonna come. I
That
know
is.
it. I know it.
I love that you know me.
I knew
love
it.
that you know me.
It was just the question of gravity prison or nicer palace prison, and Quint would have honestly been okay with either one. Quint would have been fine with either one. Quint would have been like, yep, I deserve this. But now Quint's like, I'm getting off easy, or for now, until they decide to throw me in the gravity prison later. Whatever, it's fine.
You're not a
yeah.
spy. You'll be fine.
No, but whether they believe that's a different question.
Terica tried so hard.
I know. But it is
Tradition.
hilarious that Severance is technically the one who recruited me. And and it's like, but they're a spy. Like, you knew that when you hired me. I said all this up front. Like, I loved it. I loved it so much. That's my love for Severance, actually. For him, like, knowing that I was an ex-Solomani spy, recruiting me, and then being like, they're a spy. Doing spy shit. That's what spies would say. And I can't wait to see how all that plays out, because I think it'll be genuinely incredibly interesting. So thank you for that, Severance. Thank you, Cord. Greg's facial expressions tonight were on point. That's my love for Greg. It's just his reactions to everything, especially everything Severance had to say. That was fabulous. And of course the line, Drinax's greatest treasure is right here. I was like, ooh, oh, perfection. Loved it. The Harlock for just kind of being badass. As per usual tonight, like, yeah, I'm here, I'm gonna get knighted, whatever, it's cool. Evan's great, knight him, it'll be cool, Evan. Like, the whole, like, their whole thing together, I loved it. Love for Terica. Terica's had a lot to deal with tonight.
Yay!
Woo! I thought the conversation with the princess was very good, but also how hard they tried to advocate for Quint not getting arrested. And Quint's like, no, Severance already said it. He's an admiral. I'm totally getting arrested. Like, I'm not even gonna say anything, because willingly and quietly going with him is gonna be better for me in the long term.
It's true. It's true.
Gonna shut up.
This is how systems with nobility work. If a noble says to somebody who's not a noble, they did it.
Yeah, and like, we don't have that as Solomani, because, we're just better like that. I mean, unless you're not Solomani. But it's not a nobility thing, it's just a quality of, like, just how good are you as a, Übermensch, I guess, or whatever, whatever.
That makes it better.
No, it's terrible. But don't tell the Solomani that. Yeah, I guess I also really like Servance's conversation with Medea, and just his snarky, his just being done with it. Like, this is how it is. I don't care if it hurts your feelings. Your feelings are not my problem. And I was like, you tell her, Severance. I loved it. And let's see, Imola for Trooper, I guess cornering me next time. That's because I know that I knew it. I knew it as soon as he was like, Duke Hendrix isn't gonna like this. I was like, you didn't have to say that in chat, our little chat. I knew. I knew as soon as you had me cornered, you were like, yes. So that's my love for
Yes.
you, is future terrible anticipations. You can find me online at Laugh Level Indie, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, etc. I play in GM tabletop RPGs. You can find me every other Monday and Tuesday on my channel playing Dungeons & Dragons, Critical Role's Call, then Other Deep on Mondays, and Ghost of Saltmarsh on Tuesdays. So Ghost of Saltmarsh, we're currently doing a murder mystery. People have been murdered. They're not dead currently, because Revivify was used, but someone is in a coma, and someone was revived. Someone was barely saved. So 2 people technically were killed. They were just brought back. So, D&D murder mystery is complicated. And I hope they figure it out, or not, and maybe more people die. Woo! And of course, you can find me here next week, here on Troopers channel, where we do some character creation and hype up a charity stream that we're going to be doing. I'll let Trooper tell you more details. But I'm mostly saying this so he doesn't forget, because it's in 2 weeks and a day. So mark your calendars for December 7th, because that's the charity thing. And that's me. I'll let Trooper finish the rest. I'll chime in if necessary.
And then I'm going to slide it over to, I think this way. Yeah, to Ari. Ari, who are you? Where can we find you? And then give some love.
Hello, I'm Ari _Ventures. You can find me online here on Fridays. Well, not next Friday, but the 2 after that. You can also find me live in Seattle. If you are here, I will be performing tomorrow night with, I am so excited about this team. It's 3 other people who are absolutely fantastic improvisers. I admire them, and every time we all get on stage together, it's kind of magical. So I'm very excited to play with this bunch of people. So if you're in Seattle, absolutely check it out. It's going to be interesting. Chaos incarnate with a lot of drama, because we're all like trained actors and things. So it's I'm very excited. And you can also find me in a show called Escape Clause, which is opening in December, runs through December. And it is an immersive theater show based on the idea that there is a video game designer who has written a game that has a lot of bugs that you as the audience need to fix before the end of the night so that the release can go out on time, and the video game designer, myself, does not lose their job. So help me not lose my job, is the short thing out of that. Love for tonight. So there was a lot of really beautiful moments. That whole Severance conversation with Medea. The one line that I wrote out of that was particularly, "I have no time for your feelings." It was just
So good.
So good.
So good.
He was absolutely like cracking me up tonight, but also just like, he was saying it how it is. He's like, you're trying to keep me here, and I'm trying to do like more about this, right? It was just absolutely gorgeous. And Quint's like, it would be very chivalrous, like when talking about the like building of the mechanical what do they call it, the walkers, right?
The walkers,
Texas Walker Ranger,
Hexus Ranger.
Hexus Walker Ranger. That was, I think, delightful. And also I'm really glad that we don't have a walker in the bottom of the Gambler. I was really worried about that. Yeah.
Can you imagine? My God. How much cargo space would that take up? We already have enough cargo. I hope we get to drop off the Grebes and sabotage their walker progress as they go, so it just takes way too long and it takes up barely any cargo space.
I mean, I really do want to drop off the Grebes.
10 D-tons, but go on. They might take up half your...
It's still
half.
like 10. We could
Half
be
of the
putting
cargo.
gems in 10 D-tons, and then we could be selling that for a crap ton once anyway.
Yeah.
Thoughts, ideas. The idea that we would consume up cargo space with that, I was like, Tarika's going to fight this for a very long time. Like,
and Quint will too. Quint's right there with you.
Good.
That's why I was like,
Cool.
Just no.
Other things, sure.
And I like how
consuming our cargo space,
despite being the captain, Severance was like, but like as if my no was final. I was like, no, why are you looking at me like I'm in charge?
I loved it so much. It was so beautiful. And then Fox's like you know, all the moments that we've seen where the Harlock is just badass, right? But Fox is like, when there's the moment of like, Terrica's like, oh, I'll speak for him. Oh, wait, I probably shouldn't. That should be Severance, right? And then Severance doesn't step forward, and then Val is stepping forward, and like the Harlock's like, I can speak for myself, motherfuckers. Like, sit down if you're not gonna like. I just loved that line so much. And part of me was like, oh, that would have been like hilarious if she had, but I also feel like Terrica would never have made the Harlock speak for herself. Ever. And oh, you already used the one I was going to use for Val. Actually, no, a better one.
Use it.
Well, not a better one. Another moment was when the moment in the kitchen where Val, like, as Terrica walks in and sees like June dead on the floor, right? Like painting that whole picture and showing Terrica what, like, helping Terrica understand more of like what Val has gone through. And I think that scene lasted like what, 2 minutes maybe. Like, it was a super short scene, and I feel like it was just jam packed with so much information about backstory and about who Val is, that I was just like, this. It was just so well done, so beautifully done. Hats off. And of course, Trooper, you portraying Rao and like all of the things that I knew walking into the Rao conversation, because we've figured out the past, right? But I didn't know what the future was.
I'm always here to talk backstory with players. Always.
Oh, so much. So we've talked so much backstory, you guys. It's fantastic. But just the like, of course, Lady Hill was turning in like reports in Terrica's handwriting with Terrica's like way of talking and everything. And just the way that unraveled was, I think, really, really cool. I did not expect Rao, by the way, to believe Terrica at all. So I was delightfully pleased when they did. So thank you. That was lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely.
And I'm Trooper SJP. Before I say anything, I'm going to read out the messages we got. We got 500 bits from Hawkeye, who, is amazing, and says, it's Tagonist time again. With Thanksgiving approaching, let's be thankful for the Harlock and Severance trying to captain this herd of cats, for Quint's arm axe, for Val and Terrica's fiery relationship, for Wesley's Crash Jones collection, and for Starbeam chocolate milk. It's malted, and it's good for your bones. Also, I found a place that will let me get these at wholesale, so they might be coming for you all. And then 100 bits from Will TW, who says, thanks all, lots of notes tonight, lots of feels too, thanks for the shout out. And so, without further ado, I'm going to say this. In 2 weeks, on a Saturday, December the 7th, Lindy and I are going to be doing our streamiversary. Because it's our both of our 8-year streamiversary, and we're going to be doing a kind of experimental stream that's probably going to go for about 12 hours, maybe 14. We're going to be streaming simultaneously on her channel and also my channel.
Yep.
An RPG called Letters from Space, and it's going to be a big, like 12-hour long RPG where we are pilots and we are going to be doing stuff. We're going to be doing this for charity as well.
Mm-hmm.
But next Friday, we will be doing character creation. So we're going to do all of our character and world creation next Friday on my channel here, Friday at 7 p.m., about our regular slot where we make our characters, figure out what kind of world we're in, what our ships we have, and all that good stuff. We're going to sort of put together a lot of really cool things for this stream on Saturday, including probably some giveaways. We'll have like some incentives. It's going to be a really neat thing for charity. 2 charities, one from me and also one from Lindy. But we do need something from you.
Yes, that was that. If you weren't going to say it, I was.
So one of the things we need to do is make each other cry and wreck each other's lives.
Emotionally.
And
Mostly.
Emotionally. So what we're asking is that, and I'll be sending out, some calls to people who played with Lindy, etc. But I would love for anyone who has played with me or anybody who's part of the Foxhole to send audio or video
or written
messages to Lindy, because Lindy's going to make a video to try to make me cry. Similarly,
that includes you, chat. If you have anything nice to say about Trooper, message
to
me.
Lindy. Yeah.
Yes. Video message, audio message, written message. If you have anything nice to say about Trooper's channel, because he's been streaming for the past 8 years, anything about what it might mean to you, or how much you enjoy it. Nice things, because that is what will make him cry. This isn't to send him mean things, because that will make him laugh. So you have to send nice things to make him cry. But on the other hand, if you
have nice things to say about Lindy and the
Gross.
8 years of streaming Lindy has done,
oh, disgusting.
and all of the joy and love that Lindy has provided all of us, please send me audio, visual, or written messages so that I can make a video to make Lindy cry.
Ew.
Please say the nicest things. I want you to say nicer things about Lindy than you say about me so that I win by making Lindy cry through all of the joy and love.
The best thing is these videos that we're assembling will be put together once we hit one of our charity goals. So it won't be right off the bat, it'll be unlocked. So whoever's charity goal gets unlocked first gets to maybe cry first. Because I saw if there was an over-under, it's going to be like who gets to see the video first based on what charity hits a certain milestone first.
So look forward to this. It's going to be a really cool epistolary game where we each are space captains who say goodbye to each other, and I'm going to make us drink something really gross, tequila rose, right before we leave. And then we go off on space simultaneously in 2 different channels, and then we come back and we get to join each other again, and hopefully we'll do something really good for charity for our 8 year anniversary, and hopefully we will make each other cry. I mean, Lindy, obviously. Lindy will be crying.
Trooper's going to cry more.
Lindy will cry more. And that's going to be in 2 weeks, but next week
I guess
on
that depends
Friday,
on what they send us.
they're going to send, I'm going to get better things about you, and I'm going to make you cry so hard.
I don't know about that.
And but next Friday, come and see us make our characters so we can find out who we are, what our relationship is as captains, and then madly try to get our costuming together in 1 week and all of that. So that'll be us, and I want to say I'm troopersjp. Thank you so much for being here. You can find me in terms of RPGs on Tuesdays at 8:30 p.m. over at Wandering DM's channel for this short shot of Warhammer 40k Maledictum Imperium, where we are tax collectors, and then on Wednesdays at 4:30 p.m. over at Table Story for Tidal Blades, another short shot where we are heroes being with a lot of like friendship is magic. But tomorrow at noon, you can find me playing Rain World. So everybody, thank you so much for being here. Get prepared for our big Streamiversary charity stream extravaganza experimental
start the hype
stuff.
next week because we don't have travelers, so instead we're going to be doing our character prep, like creation, ship creation, figuring out some stuff, maybe putting together some things, answering questions.
Oh,
yeah,
it's gonna be good. And we're gonna have like I want to do trivia. We're gonna do like a trivia to see who can. Yeah, it's gonna be competitive love, is what it is. Who can love the other person even more?
Yeah, it's gonna be awful. So expect goals, streaming like donation goals for the charities. I've already picked my charity out.
So Letters to the Stars next week. The character creation and the world creation, in anticipation of our big charity stream for our Streamiversary in 2 weeks.
Yep.
Everybody, that's it. Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Thank you, chat. You're amazing.